Hello, this is Tavo. I'm with Ultra Overness, and we're going to commentate this run of Man X4 with X 100%. Say hello.
Hello.
So here, this is Man X4 on 100% with X. It's quite different than the route made with Zero. Can you explain about the intro here?
The intro is relatively similar than any other intro. Really, you're doing a lot of just movement to progress forward. Some notices you'll see right away in the very beginning is that we're dash jumping instead of a full dash, because the big thing with X4 is that X doesn't actually start his initial dash right away. It actually takes 8 frames for him to actually start to go forward. And if you obviously do that enough times, you start to lose time. But other than that, the stage itself is pretty straightforward. We're just trying to progress. Just try to make sure you time your charge, buster shots, so that you can just dash forward. And then so that way you're not like bonking any extra enemies.
Yeah. To be honest, the execution of the intro stage here, it's not too perfect. As you can see, I lost my charge shot because I damage boosted by accident. So yeah, about the boss, Eregium, it takes one full charge shot and the rest is green shots, and you have to position yourself accordingly to manipulate the boss. So he can do a ton of things, like for example, shoot 3 fireballs or going off screen. It is guaranteed to go off the screen at least once with X. So as you can see, it's a pretty easy fight. One thing to mention is that I position myself to the left so that the screen can scroll much quicker when X meets kernel. One thing to note is that you have to mash through the text, just like X5 and X6. So the history is that the Maverick Hunters mistaken the Repli Force for Mavericks, and then the war began pretty much between the Repli Force and the Maverick Hunters. So the next stage that we're going to go now, the first stage that we're going to go now on the 8 Mavericks is Dragoon. It is impossible to progress through the 8 Mavericks without revisits, and Dragoon revisit is the fastest one. So can you tell me more about the stage execution?
Dragoons is notorious for being a real simple boss, buster-wise. You can actually, with these full charge shots, you can destroy the rocks. You can actually kind of like manipulate some of the way that the enemies kind of land, so that way you can just jump over them, including some of this like fireball that you're going to be seeing up here, where it arcs. It's just more of just timing. The cool thing about these machine turret looking things that's coming up is that the timing behind a jump over those, you can jump over them, it's just really difficult as X because its hitbox is slightly bigger. Just timing it is a little bit off, just depending on like where the turrets shoot and when they don't.
Not to mention that it's better to damage boost through the giant turrets instead of taking a missile, because if you take a missile, the recoil should you take more time to recover.
It does stun lock you in an animation, meaning you can't move until X actually lands on the ground and like recoils. But yes, if you take intentional damage from like an enemy, you can like just kind of, you can actually move forward. If you watch, you're gonna see like if like a small enemy hits X or Zero, you can see the character still fall forward. As you land, you can still dash. Unlike some heavier items like the missile or a mech, the mech people can stun lock you in animation. until it's done. Dragoon is very simple if you know the game. I do want to mention that Dragoon's boss fight is actually predetermined based on how he does his Hadouken. If he does top, bottom, top, you can kind of detect when he's gonna like jump forward. If he does bottom, top, bottom, like I said, it's just predetermined on what he's gonna do, and you kind of go with the flow at that point. So that way you can just hit him with the half charge.
So we got Dragon's weapon, Rising Fire. With that, we can burn the rocks, burn the woods on Spider stage to get the heart. And also, it's going to be his charge attack is very useful against certain mini bosses because mini bosses on this game doesn't have iframes, so you can take them out pretty quickly with a charge Rising Fire. Most of them. So stage execution on Spider stage, it's pretty much dash jumping. You can manipulate the mermans to jump if you dash jump on a correct timing. Here we're going to pick up the boots. The boots allow us to hover and air dash. The hover is not too much. It's not much needed on this game. It's very slow. And the air dash is useful for a couple of tricks that we're going to do later in the run. So here you pretty much have to manipulate the mermans, kill enemies, and progress through the stage. So there's a trick, if I'm not mistaken, on the waterfall section.
I don't know about a trick, but there's like a timing where you can skip some logs, so that way you can like just like that last log there, you can actually like skip it by falling over it. I say falling, but you're jumping over the initial one and then going over it in an angle where you actually just wall kick there. It just saves some time instead of like platforming on some logs you really don't need to do. And of course the climb here with the ladders. People do it differently if you ever watch runs. My initial run is like taking some additional damage from like the arrow, so that you can just climb all the way. Some people try to avoid it. It's just kind of your whatever you want to do.
Runner's preference. So here in this section, I should have taken out those hypes with one charge shot. The first two of them. Upcoming is the heart. You have to burn the log and then do a charge shot to take the spider out. Then you have to burn another log to bypass the upside section.
Top route.
Yeah, the top route.
The top route it's kind of like a maze. You gotta go back and forth, and it just takes longer, so it's easier just to fire it.
So spider fight is pretty simple. You pretty much have to do charge shots in 3 cycles. 3 charge shots in every cycle until he begins second phase. Can you tell me the difference between the Japanese and American version? I'm playing Japanese version, by the way.
I did notice that. I wasn't gonna mention it because I know with this Japanese version, if in the Japanese version, all boss fights, the 8 Mavericks mainly actually have an actual voice actor who says like these phrases before the fight starts, and each one can range from like I've been told 3 to 6 seconds, and that adds up actually extremely over time. In the English version, they never gave the 8 Mavericks voices. They did for the later bosses, Colonel, Sigma, stuff like that. If you pay attention, you'll see like you're gonna get hurt X from double, but it's kind of the same concept. They just didn't put it for English in this game, and you can save roughly around 40 seconds by using the version.
So in the end, American version is faster, although the text is a bit larger.
True. The text is a lot longer, and that's why you'll usually always see like Japanese text boxes in other video games.
Let's go. So about Owl stage, you pretty much have to pick up the right armor, do charge shots, and do air dashes. It's pretty much pick up the heart. nothing much to see on, at least at the first section.
Yeah, it's the reason. There's two reasons the mech is actually you can actually dash faster. The mech will move you, but the thing is that the buster in the mech actually destroys everything you're seeing. The turrets, the green turrets, and if you try not to use the buster, you're actually gonna lose a lot of time trying to avoid the turrets or bonking them, because again, it's the turret themselves, even taking body damage, will stun lock you. So you can't move until action covers.
Yeah, one thing worth mentioning: you're supposed to stay still whenever you're charging, but if you're moving constantly and dashing constantly, that thing won't apply. So upcoming trick is the platform skip with X. You have to fire a lightning web just like that. Then you have to climb upwards. Yeah. You have to climb upwards to get the stuck shot. Stuck shot is useful because it does 4 damage per shot, per charge shot, and the difference between that and the plasma one is that the plasma one does 4 damage as well, but the little plasma that comes out, I think it does one damage per instance, if I'm not mistaken.
It does 1 damage every frame.
Yeah.
There's actually a few downsides with the plasma shot. Not only is that, but so if you watch a lot of runners, you'll see, like, you probably see during this run, he'll shoot and still charge at the same time. In the plasma shot, you can't do that. The plasma shot has to be completely off screen before you can even start charging. And with some of the bosses, that's actually a lot slower. The big one that I can mention is Stingray. If you try to do that with Stingray, you're gonna be there a while.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. So the mini boss pretty much has been taken out by doing four stuck shots and a charged Rising Fire. So about the owl fight, there's a pretty cool mechanic you can do when he's on the open arm animation, when you can go through his iframes, if I'm not mistaken. Also,
yeah, he gave that to you. Well, the second time actually was pretty jerky, but I saw that there. The second time he put an orb in front of him, you can still time it, but it's a lot more difficult because you gotta take damage. So like you were mentioning, it's the frame where he throws his arms in the air after the fourth orb stops moving, and then you can pelt him for a full second, because Owl does not have actually iframes. He actually has that shield. The game never gave him iframes, so if the shield is never cast, then you can just hit him continuously, and you'll see that probably again the.
Another worthy thing mentioning about Owl is that he's very RNG heavy dependent. If he stays on the top or bottom, that pretty much depends on RNG. Also, there was a desperation attack that he has, that he summons an orb shield and throws double cyclones everywhere. But luckily you wouldn't see that pattern on the speedrun commonly. So in that case, how to deal with, you have to damage boost, and then you have to shoot inside his hitbox. So this is Walrus stage. As you can see, there's a lot of movement that could be better, could be optimized. We pick up the heart by shooting Rising Fire. We pick up the EX tank by shooting the lightning web and positioning accordingly. So this is another miniboss that can be taken out by charged Rising Fires. I messed up the quick kill here. I had to be a bit more far behind to do the charged Rising Fire. So it took me 3 charge shots.
Oh, what were you configuring?
Second area is a bit more slower. You have to take out these ice blocks with so with the Buster and with your Racing Fire, you have to pick up the weapon tank that is a bit more ahead. So about the ice bird sections, can you tell me more about it, Holcher?
Not really too much to tell with the ice one. It's just like, like what you're watching. We do want to. There is like an E tank that's hidden. I think it's actually the W tank. It's actually hidden in the ice. From here, so you got frozen a little bit there. You definitely want to see what you can do about your movement to avoid those birds freezing you. Each freeze is about 2 seconds of animation. Other than that, I mean, this stage is really like movement heavy, so it's just about timing your jumps and your buster shots, so that way you can get to the to the end without taking too much damage. Because Frost Walrus tends to try to a fast fight tend to cause a lot of damage.
So about the Walrus fight, you pretty much have to do one stock shot and then charge Racing Fire, and then proceed to kill him with normal Racing Fires. You have to do it the following way, so that way he can be pushed into the left. Here I mess up the quick kill, I mess up the double kill. No, I mean the double hit. The double hit, it's pretty much when you hit him with Racing Fire, he has a shorter amount of iframes. You can hit him again. But unfortunately, I ran out of Racing Fire and I had to finish him off with Buster. So can you tell me about the first Colonel fight?
Colonel.
Yeah.
So Colonel is unfortunately an Nexus storyline. I really wish it wasn't, but the fight is pretty straightforward. It involves you using ice as his weakness. The cool thing about some Colonel things quickly is that Colonel he has actually really weird iframes when he changes his stance. So if you see him, like, he'll be posing a lot. When he changes it, his iframes actually reset immediately. And that's actually what you can do. You can kind of manipulate that to get some multiple hits on some of the ice. Make it a little bit easier and faster with the ice hits. Other than that, you really don't want him teleporting a lot.
So the execution is going a bit poorly here. The second,
like I said, it's just the fight. That's just the way it is, and Colonel could be a real jerk about it too. So
I see. So the next stage is Stingray stage. You have to do 15 air dashes in order to scroll the screen to the right faster. There's also a hard tank on the first section and a sub tank on the second section. You have to on the first half of the first section. You have to. So I do 7 air dashes and then I let fall. Then I count to 11 until I take the heart, and then I do 2 more and then 2 more and then 2 more until I finish the first section. Worth mentioning, if you die in any of this section, you have to start over. There's no checkpoints.
Nah, and like you said, it's just the way it is you just want to dash in the air. It actually progresses the stage further. If you try to dash on the ground, it's not going to do anything.
So can you tell me about the second section?
It's just more of doing the same thing you kind of did in the first section. You kind of see Stingray floating in the air. He doesn't really do anything. Actually causing damage to him actually doesn't do anything either, sadly. Ooh, that was close. But generally, when it comes to this, the only thing you want to make sure is timing your dashes so you don't, like, kill yourself with the auto-scroller. There's like an E-tank at the top here you definitely want to make sure you grab. Otherwise, if you miss it, you gotta start the whole, you gotta start from the beginning of the second half.
A 100% only.
Yeah, I know 100%. Yeah.
So about the Stingray fight, it's not too common to see to fight him with the weakness, which is Frost Tower, because he has a very long iframe period. So ideally, you want him to stay flying and shoot stingrays at you, and not flying, because that wastes time. And you pretty much shoot him with the stock shots. You can last hit with Frost Tower, however, on the second phase when he comes to the ground. But here, the fight was a little bit awkward. He didn't go into the ground when he was low health, and I was able to finish him off with Buster. That was a pretty strange fight. Not the best pattern.
Yeah, but it works, and now you don't have to deal with Stingray's bad RNG. Yeah.
Yeah.
I understand.
So we pick up Ground Hunter because it's Beast's weakness. I believe we only use this weapon on the first battle, the second battle, and then
Before we do the commentary stream,
Sigma's head, if I'm not mistaken.
I'll do it.
So can you tell me more about the Beast stage?
Beast stage is actually personally one of my favorite stages. It's just the movement behind it with the boxes in your way. You can like time all your jumps and bust your shots so that you can just kind of cut the stage in half. The cool thing I want to mention about the stage itself is the whole thing is on a global timer, and what I mean by that is the whole train is actually on an event that rotates the whole time you're on it. At the end of the mini boss, you can tell what kind of rotation you're on, because if it fades out to the next scene, within 3 seconds you got the fast train. It would take 6 seconds, you got the slow train, you got the wrong cycle. If you go fast enough, you can actually get the cycle. It's a little tight, but not too bad. But if you take too many bonks, or if you just bonk a few times, you're not gonna make it.
So about the mini boss, you can pretty much use Charge Racing Fire, and the rest is Buster Shots.
Yeah, it's pretty straightforward too. You just sure you can up there and then bust for the rest.
Like Ultra said, I got the slow cycle. So second phase is pretty much a bit of the same, except that there's a right armor section that I take for safety. You can do the section without the right armor, but it's a lot risky. So here I damage boost to get past the mech guys, and then I take the right armor, and I make sure I don't attack anyone on the right armor because it produces lag every time you hit an enemy. Maybe I was attacking a few times just to check out enemies on the screen. So here you can.
Yeah, the mech is not too slow, but it is a lot safer to do. So.
So it's viable. It's viable on RTA. So there was a part that I could have optimized the movement with using web, but I decided not to. Here you pretty much progress through the stage, and then there's the beast fight. It's pretty simple. You have to do a couple of charged shots with a couple of charged ground hunters, and the rest is normal shot ground hunters when his health bar gets low. It's a pretty simple fight. Here I mess up the attacking pattern, so I had to do a charge shot.
Classic one, Mega Man 6.
That was a pretty simple fight.
Man 6.
So after we get Beast's weapon, which is the Twin Slasher, we have to go to Dragon Stage again for a revisit to get the armor, which provides damage, half damage, and the Nova Strike. The Nova Strike is going to be useful in several locations.
Man 6 is my favorite.
Actually, there are 2 quick kills that you can set up with a Nova Strike on the refights, but we'll talk about that later. So the stage execution here, you cannot take down the meteors with one stock shot. So you pretty much have to do good movement, and then I think that's about it for section 1. Section 2, we have to collect the heart that we bypassed. We can do that with a charged racing fire.
Mega Man 4.
And then I go for a dash jump that you're supposed to do it with the right armor, but I wanted to be a bit more risky here. As you can see, I kinda did it, I think. If you fail and if you get 2 ahead, you'll fall to the lava and die.
Oh yeah, if you like miss like the big, yeah.
So worth thing mentioning, I'm a speedrunner that uses keyboard to play, and when I do a charge special weapon, it blocks my dash input, and I have to do double taps to dash. It's a bit painful. Like my dash button gets locked because I'm pressing too many buttons at the same time on the keyboard. So let's talk about Mushroom Stage. This staircase section, it's pretty simple. You just have to avoid the shielded enemies and shoot the minor enemies. Upcoming, it's the mushroom climb. It's a lot more exciting with X.
Check out this
You
climb.
pretty much have to use charged racing fire
Damn it.
on the climb. And after this climb, there's going to be a mini-boss that can be completely bypassed with X. Can you explain about that?
Well, when it comes to usually with the climb for this stage, right?
The mini-boss skip.
Oh, the mini boss is the skip is really cool. So the Zero can't do. It's pretty straightforward. Really, once you know what to do, you just want to make sure you get to the top of the screen to a point where X can't be seen, and then dash across. The easiest way, obviously, to do that is people usually do fire uppercut and then Nova Strike. Nova Strike is easily triggered right after the fire is over, and it's fast enough. But you can do it some other ways, including using air dash and spider web. But doing it that way can actually mess up because you could actually drop the air dash as you trigger it.
I see. So about second section, there was another staircase. I had to use stock shots to take down the blasters, and Twin Slasher to take out the spike balls. Then I collected the heart, and now there's an vertical auto-scroller section. There is a way to bypass the camera lock with charged racing fire.
That part.
You have to pretty much set yourself up on a high platform, and then do a charged racing fire, and then an air dash like this. Yes. Then you can bypass the camera lock and getting ready for the mushroom fight. Can you tell me about the execution of the mushroom fight?
Mushroom is pretty straightforward. I mean, with X's weapons, it's just more of using weapon energy. You're gonna see kind of like using Spider. The big thing you want to do is to keep using Spider. You obviously want to try to have the spider web go off screen so it despawns, so you can use another one immediately. The other big thing with this is you saw Nova Strike. You really do it that way to kind of end because you're seeing him being electrocuted. It actually skips like him being electrocuted as the last hit, so it avoids losing more time due to his animation. Other than that, it's pretty straightforward. Just make sure you hit him, and then make sure you charge at him right after his iframes.
Yeah. So the weapon that we have from Mushroom, which is called Soul Body, is going to be useful against Peacock and its stage. It's pretty straightforward with X. You just have to maneuver through the maze and use Soul Body to take down the ice. The first section out of 3 is pretty simple. The second one, it's a bit more simple as well. And the third one, there's a vertical climb and a trick that you can do with Nova Strike to bypass some platforming.
Yep, and then you definitely want to try to avoid the orbs because there's no way to wiggle out of it like some other enemies, throughout other games. It's on a dead set timer, so it always damages you twice and then lets you go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like the game says, you have to hurry up, or else you won't get the items required for 100% completion. The first one is a hard tank, the second one is a sub tank, the third one is the helmet. The helmet, it's pretty useful. You have to with the helmet you can use normal special weapons anytime you want, but charged weapons will still spend energy. Here's a Nova Strike jump. You can pretty much bypass the stairs completely.
Yep, and then it's just up to Peacock, and then his fight's a little. I want to say he can give you the business if he doesn't give you the right pattern.
Yeah. So the second section, it's pretty much a puzzle game. You have to take down enemies with stock shot and reverse these balls to get the right path. Through these buttons. Worth mentioning, if you're on iframes, you can't trigger the buttons. So coming up is the Peacock fight. You have to use Soul Body, his weakness, to drive him away. But if he stands in the middle left or middle right of the screen and starts shooting arrows at you, that's when you want to use Nova Strike and stock shots and finish him off with a Soul Body. So as you can see, I'm charging my stock shots every time I fire a Soul Body. He didn't give me a good pattern though. Already half health and he's not doing the correct pattern.
Yeah. In the Japanese version, actually, I probably should mention. I was told this. I haven't had experience myself, but I was told that it's you can actually he's supposed to like scream or something. You can actually tell what he's gonna do ahead of time, something like that. But in the English version, there is no cue, so there's nothing you can do about it but wait.
Yeah, he says something like "Here I am" when he teleports. And if he doesn't say a word, that means that he's going to use the Rakuhouha, if I'm mistaken.
Yeah.
So this is the spaceport stage. If it's done correctly, it's pretty much a breeze, but movement can really go wrong. It can really like escalate if you are doing it wrong. It looks pretty good when you do it cleanly though. No need to use the stairs. Listen, you pretty much can gap jump. These gap jumps are fairly more easy than the SNES Mega Man games. I mean SNES Mega Man X games.
You can actually like jump at an angle versus just jumping straight up in it. Makes it a little bit easier. But movement wise, it looks really cool when it's done.
When it's done correctly. So upcoming is the Colonel fight. Can you explain the double or triple Nova Strike hits?
Well, like I said, but like I was mentioned before, that was missed. So the big thing, like I was mentioned before, like I said, with ice, it triggers his iframes in a weird situation. You want to hit him obviously initially. The Nova Strike is supposed to hit him. You can hit him up to 3 times. Mopey, I think 24, but I haven't seen it. But the reason that happens is, like I said, that with Colonel, when he changes his stance, his iframe is reset. So in the middle of the Nova Strike, if he changes it, 2 different times, it'll reset.
Yeah, that's right.
In those times, so that you can hit him every single time. And Nova Strike does 8 damage. No, I think it's 6 damage. So if you hit him, if you hit him 2 times, it's 12. You hit him 3 times, that's 18. That's a lot of damage. That's just gone immediately.
I believe Mopey has done the triple hit.
Yeah, I have done triple too. I know Mopey told. I thought she said she did 4, but I haven't seen it, and I think she might have. I think it was like an old video she wasn't able to record or anything before, like Twitch had like clips and stuff.
By the way, shoutouts to her. She inspired me to do the Man X4 X100% speedrun.
Same as well. I watched Mopey's run. That thing's amazing. She really put a lot of effort into the game. I plan to as well. I've just been focusing on some other stuff. But the game is a lot of fun. I always enjoy this. Double fight is pretty straightforward here. With this, the only thing I really want to mention is that you don't want to take body damage, because his body hits do 6 damage, and his minions, everything else, the orbs, the bats, everything does 2 damage. So when you do that, you can just be on him with your iframes if you time it right.
Yeah, and the platforming before double was really simple. You pretty much have to take down the cannons and damage boost through the turrets. And I don't know what I'm doing there. Yeah, you have to pretty much do that, and then Nova Strike to bypass a little section. So here, let's just say bottom path is a lot more faster than top path, especially for X.
Yeah.
So then you have to be on the right armor and just do simple platforming, and then it's a general fight. They say the bad RNG on X is not as bad as 0, but why?
With general, it's mainly because you can actually deal with. Oh, I haven't seen that attack in a long time. You can actually deal with whatever pattern he gives you as X. If he like stands in the corner, you can just sit in the corner and use your charge attacks. If he floats, the floating pattern is to me the fastest way, because you can actually nail his head with the charge twin slasher, which slasher obviously is his weakness. It takes 1 regular twin slasher, the rest are charged twin slashers. That's his fast, and then you hit him with the Nova Strike and he dies. Pretty quick boss fights. If he does his, like I said, the fist attack, which you want for 0, you would just sit in the corner of the top right and just nail him every time he's out of iframes.
Yeah. So upcoming is the boss rush. There are two quick kills that can be done with X. That only one of them can be done with Zero, if I'm not mistaken, which is Spider one.
Yes. So Spider can be done with Zero.
Spider.
It's highly RNG and dangerous because you're banking on bonking off of his hitbox along with double jumping, and it requires like spinning. It's a mess. With X, it's a little bit easier because the only thing you're trying to, it is slightly RNG. I do want to mention that, but the difference is if it's dependent on where Spider is. If he's on top of you, and you Nova Strike across to the right, you're gonna miss because the Nova Strike didn't hit him enough. But if he's in the center of the screen or the top right, then the Nova Strike will actually bypass the it'll bypass the system's like memory to trigger his second screen. You'll kill him, and that because the game it was never meant to die that way. His health will underflow, and he'll just die. It's a pretty cool trick. It's the timing is pretty simple. Obviously after you play it a lot, but it's a really cool trick to do, especially to avoid that second phase.
Yeah. So there's a bad thing that can happen during the Spider refight. The game can get stuck if you do a charged twin slasher right at the beginning, and you have to damage boost through his web to unlock to stop self-locking the game.
Yeah.
So
the reason why you take a lot of damage that is so that you can do the quick kill for Owl. So
yeah, on Dragon Spider I took a lot of damage and finish him off with double cyclone, which is his weakness. But unfortunately I missed the quick kill here on Owl, but I'll explain it anyway. You have to do 2 stock shots, and then you have to strike him down with aiming laser. Here I mess up because the shield was active.
Oh, you do 2 stock shots? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think it is like that.
Based on what I know with the game, it's just 1 stock shot to kind of just hit him while you're waiting for him to climb to the top. The main thing is you want to time your aiming laser in a specific position so that when an owl tries to fly away, the Nova Strike will hit him immediately, and you can actually kill him. It's just depending on like how the owl flies away. You can actually kill him after that one initial aiming laser. But I've killed him, or it's usually like one more aiming laser hit, and he's dead.
Yeah. So the Walrus stage is pretty much this. I mean, Walrus refight. It's pretty much the same, except that you take less damage because you have the armor. As you can see, push him to the left. Let's see if we can.
Yep.
Let's see if we can get the double hit. I think I didn't. No, I didn't. I think I had to take a safety health, if I'm not mistaken.
Execution poorly.
All the boss fights after that is it's actually the same exact fights that you did initially.
Yeah.
There's some bosses that you do not use their weakness on because it just takes too long. Their animations actually will actually extend further out than their iframes. You don't use Cyclone on Dragoon because not only does he launch himself in the air, by the time he lands and he jumps across the map, that's when his iframes end. Stingray, you don't use ice right away because his ice will freeze him for like 2 seconds. He flies up the screen and comes back down. And again, like I said, those things kind of take a lot longer for the animations to end. completely versus what, that it does the damage.
Yeah. So then it's mushroom refight. Not too much to say other than you can position yourself with the squares that are on the floor to make the lightning web off screen. And yeah, pretty simple. Stingray, it's the same fight as before. It's the peacock fight any different?
No, it's like I said, the fight's all the same. You just want to kind of gauge the way the movement is, and then just kind of go with the corresponding, what they give you and everything. Sadly, there's no like one-hit kills. There's no Shoryuken. There's no Hado. There's no Saber. It just, I wish that would be interesting, but sadly, it's just more of just doing basically with the Buster and the weakness of the weapons.
And he's not giving me the best pattern.
Come on.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Wow.
There. He stood still at last. There you could appreciate that I finish him off with Frost Tower.
Yeah.
I think
And the Frost Tower does more damage, so you can kind of end your kill on that, so that way it does more damage.
Come on, this could be a 1 minute,
Yeah.
1 minute behind.
So this is the final refight, the Peacock one. It's pretty much the same, if I'm not mistaken.
But like I said,
Yeah.
the refights are pretty straightforward, nothing really crazy. It's just more of just trying to progress forward.
Yeah. In this case, you don't have the Nova Strike. Pretty much. Here I shot a Soul Body just in case of security. I mean, just for safety because my health was rather low. To reset his patterns. And then onto Sigma. About the first Sigma fight, you pretty much have to do 2 charged racing fires. The second fight, his weakness is Lightning Web, and you have to combine that with a few Buster Shots and Nova Strike. And then the third phase is a bit hard to explain. What happens on the third phase?
Well, I can explain the third phase in a moment. So I just kind of want more detail with the. We're still confused if like the fire uppercut was meant to actually destroy Ghoul Sigma so quickly. Because if you try to use regular fire or zeros, they teleport right away. I love this setup here too with the way that Sigma is. It's just the way with the lightning web and just timing of the shots in his face. But the final boss of Sigma involves 2 characters, one called Laser Sigma, I call the other one Garbage Head, because he likes to spew garbage at you. The big thing with the Laser Sigma is you want to hit him with Soul Body, obviously being his face. You can time your bonks off of the character and then still float in his face so that you can hit Soul Body right away. The thing is, you don't want him saying the end. That is actually a really bad pattern because he teleports right away, which I think happened. And then, like I said, Garbage Head. Garbage Head is a good pattern if you're good. I thought he was slow when I was first starting this game out, because Garbage Head likes to hit you, right?
Yeah.
But the thing is the game actually has Garbage Head Sigma out on the screen so long that actually we've gotten close to actually two-cycling Garbage Head Sigma. So, it's actually a better pattern if you know what you're doing. Otherwise, blowing, the blowing animation is just as good. You can still get that 3-cycle, no problem.
No one has done the 2-cycle ground hit?
No, we've been close. We've been off by like I think 1 hit. It was just the timing. But it's a really close timing. It's like super close timing. To the point where you can't make any mistakes and damage wise. But other than that, I mean, the super floating heads, the cycles are pretty easy to destroy. You can fire uppercut them. Then Nova Strike the last one. So that way you can just and you want to destroy them too, because that way you can kind of go to the next phase.
Hello, this is Tavo. Welcome to the X5 section of the commentary.
Nice one.
I'm with 8-Bitis GR8. Say hello.
Great. Hi, I'm 8-Bit, also known as 8-Bit is Great, also known as Zach, and I'll be helping on commentary for X5.
51.
That's great. Let's get this started.
It's like 1.5 minutes away from my PB.
So, this is X5 100%. Worth mentioning that we're playing the Japanese version, which is the fastest one. What's the difference between American and Japanese version?
It's literally just the text. That's it. And it's enough to save like a good minute, I think. So, I mean, it's only in-game time, or it doesn't save any time in-game time, which is typically the standard, but since this is RTA, it actually is helpful.
Yeah, so from X5 and onwards, they started with a difficulty system. I'm playing this on extreme. Can you tell me the details about the extreme difficulty?
Yeah, so on Extreme, basically, it just has, I think, a lot of buff levels, so bosses will level up faster. You can also get parts faster, I'm pretty sure, and about a lot of other things, too. And a lot of the effects of the stages are more intense. You take more damage, there's more enemies compared to normal. Easy, alternatively, just removes some enemies and nerfs the bosses to be level 1 constantly. The boss levels are pretty important in this game. As you progress, the boss's health bars get larger and larger.
I see, so timer starts when you select a character, and this is the intro stage. Not much to talk about, just a bit of platforming and a bit of killing enemies. The boss, however, has a bit of RNG because it can do 2 patterns when he has full life. He can do the green balls or he can do the splash attack.
Oh, well, it's actually 3. He can do another where he does like giant purple beam, but he can do it like at the very beginning. It's just very rare. Typically, he only does it once his health is very low.
Yeah, that's another thing.
You want the blue balls immediately if you can. 3 cycle is like the worst you can get. It's like about it's pretty different. It's not like always 10 seconds, but it's about 10 seconds added per cycle. So 1 cycle is best, obviously, but it's just RNG and how fast you can STC. So yeah, green balls instantly. It sucks. It's about like a 7-second time loss. It's like another 7. Yeah.
You can die pretty easily on this fight, believe it or not.
Yeah, if you get crushed by one of the platforms, you can die very, very easily. You do not want to get crushed for that reason alone.
So let's talk about the cutscenes. You have to mash through the text with the buttons. And man, this game has some
It
beautiful
just murders
cutscenes.
your wrist. It just destroys your wrist. If you're doing any percent, it's really great. Well, back in the old days, if you're doing any percent before Enigma Manip, because you'd just be mashing text for like 30 minutes straight, and then you get to Black Devil and just like trying to mash on the wall, and your like thumb is literally giving out. That was always fun.
Yeah, all times.
Not fun at all.
So this is the category 100%, which involves taking all hard tanks, all tanks, and all armors, and some parts. The parts are it depends on the level of the boss that you've defeated, and it depends on your rank as well. I believe you can get parts since GA rank, isn't it?
Yeah, once you're GA rank, then you can start getting parts. That's why you can't get parts in easy, is because the game prevents you from getting GA rank. But yeah, you have to get GA rank as fast as possible. Ideally, you could do Matrix first, but it's pretty sick. So, going Dizzy first. I don't think it's that big of a time loss, especially in this category. It should be like basically minuscule, considering you have to revisit here anyway.
So I'm going Necrobat first because of the Dark Hold, which is going to easily get past the first section of the Dinner stage, so I can get J rank pretty quickly.
Yeah, you can get in 2 stages with this route. It's pretty fast. Louise came up with this route in 2012, I believe, like this, starting with Dizzy, to get it in 2 stages.
Yeah. So about this part, they pretty much have bats, lots and lots of bats. Also, they drop instant spikes, so you gotta be careful.
I will
do they're really fun. You can actually jump underneath that platform if you have Hyper Dash, but the trick is awful. Impossible sub-tank jump right there. If you miss that, it's the worst. Oh wow, my knee. I kicked the table. Funny. Anyway. Yeah, bats as usual. X as usual.
Yeah. So...
yeah, you can land and use a ground slash like that pretty well in these games. Zero's first slash on like 1 HP, 2 HP enemies is like ridiculously OP in X4 and 5.
Yeah, we're gonna be using SDC to clear out most bosses in the game. Can you explain what SDC is?
Yeah, so SDC is a slash dash cancel, or saber dash cancel. Basically, you just slash, and then you cancel the slash animation with a dash, and then you cancel the dash animation with a slash, and rinse, repeat, etc., etc. And that's literally how it works. The bosses, like most of them, have like a decent combo system. They just don't
That's a good idea.
It doesn't trigger their iframes when you hit them with the first 2 slashes, so you can just abuse it really bad. In X4, there's a lot of bosses that just like straight up doesn't work on because they take iframes from the first slash, but
That's a
I
good
think there's
idea.
literally any boss that's the case in this game.
Without
Maybe like
using the Dark
Ranga.
Hole. Because I'm going to get the Dark Hole anyway.
Or wait, no,
in
you can
100%.
SCC Ranga. What am I talking about?
So yeah, that was the Necrobat fight. His RNG will depend if he stays on the air or on the ground. On that fight, he stayed on the ground, and I could SDC him.
Yeah, you want him to come down ideally as much as possible so you can STC. Or you have to do this like really jank jump, or you like curve around him that you were doing earlier.
So about the Dinorex stage, there's a change in this route, which is like all stages, but then you have to collect all the items. So what you have to do here is collect the heart and collect the piece for the gay armor.
Yeah. So yeah, there's a little bit of a detour, but it's not like too much.
At least for now. So I got the dark hold. I use it here to bypass all the flame cannons. It's not too much big of a deal. And then you have to go through a lava flow, which if you stay on the black section, they won't harm you, and you pretty much have to play through a cycle.
Yeah, they have these little cubby holes. This part is really stupid.
Oh yeah, and this guy,
Dragonfly.
this dragonfly just exists on extreme.
Yeah, it's not there on the other two. There's a lot of cases like that where they just pile on extra enemies.
Yeah.
It's the bonus content.
So let's talk about the movement of the game. As you could notice, I'm just dash jumping, because if you dash on the ground, you're going to produce lag, and that is actually slower than a dash jump. You don't have to extend.
Yeah, it's not that it produces lag. It's that the startup animation is way longer. So for you to jump off the ground, I think it takes 2 frames, like delay. But it should take 0. It's only 2 because of the way that the controller works. But when you ground dash, it has a 7-frame startup. So it's like 9 frames. It's ridiculous. So yeah, minimizing your inputs and doing big dash jumps is fastest in 4 and 5. And 6 in most parts.
9 frames is like 1 out of 6 seconds?
1/6 of a second, yeah.
So yeah, just dash jumping, pretty much. You don't have to extend your dashes like in X1 through X3.
Yeah.
So this section you have to take care of the right armor, because if it takes too much damage, it's going to explode and you'll die instantly on the lava.
Yeah, you have to platforming here.
Yes, this platforming, it's a bit of complicated. As you can see, I took a death.
Ooh.
And I just missed it.
Yeah, you have to like dash jump to the right from there. It's super weird.
Yeah.
If you were doing a really janky route, you could like where you did Enigma immediately, you could come here with ultimate armor, and I think just Nova from the without the armor at all. Just like climb up as you normally would, and then just like get to the boss door, slide under, and Nova. But you have to do it in a particular way, or you'll actually despawn the capsule. So yeah.
Wow.
Weird things like that in this game.
No.
There. I didn't know that could happen.
Yeah, I've only had it happen a few times. I was like, what? Where'd it go? Yeah.
Wow.
Despawned it. Or, well, you never give it the chance to spawn in the first place. You skip the trigger, so it never spawns at all.
I see. So, about the Dinorex fight?
Yeah, you just want to bait him into, positions where you can SDC. That's, it's about reaction, mainly. He can give you only a few patterns, so you just have to react to know what he's giving you. And then just SDC and adapt.
Mm-hmm. So that's pretty much the fight. I lost time because of the death.
Going to lose a shit ton of time.
So
29 seconds.
So that was the Dinorex fight. You just have to SDC and manipulate his positioning.
Mm-hmm.
So now about the DNA system. After you defeat a boss that is within a certain level, you can get either a life up or energy up. I think on the run we pick up 6 energy ups and 2 life ups.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that
The energy.
also determines what part you get. Like it depend. Like it's typically a few stages later. So like you'd pick, say, like I think the reason you get Hyper Dash is because you pick life on Grizzly. I may be wrong, but basically it's like a basically so it'll be a later, but you picking life or energy is what determines what part you get. So you'll get one part from energy and one from life, and that's another reason why you can't get all the parts because you can only choose that once. So you can only get half of the parts at absolute max because of it.
Yeah. So that was the Dynamo fight, just SDC.
Yeah, he's simple. You just STC and hope he doesn't jump.
Yeah. Worth mentioning, Dynamo does a different pattern when you face it with X.
Huh.
Yeah. So now it's time for the Enigma shot. Can you tell me about the Enigma shot manipulation?
Okay, so basically,
Time for the Enigma manipulation.
this is like haunted X5 speedruns for literally ever. The Enigma shot or shuttle, you need one of them to work or else zero dies. So basically, Orsa had the idea of using the demos here to get the right seed, and him and Zam together worked on it and were actually figured out that it is actually viable, and there's a really good visual cue in this demo. So when you hit start at the right window, it locks in the right seed, and the menus only change the RNG values a set amount of times, and that set amount of times is precisely predictable if you get the right frame here. So yeah, and then you just launch the cannon and easy. Like I think after that it changes 7 times here. Or it changes 8 times right there for all the bosses popping up, and then 1 more time here, so 9 times. And it's all those changes are predictable, so that it's like really more complicated than that. But basically, you hit the right visual cue and easy.
Like there.
Yeah, like there. It's a 6-frame window in with this setting. If you try to launch it immediately after Enigma, it's actually a 4-frame window. I don't know why, but yeah. But the thing is, if you try to launch it immediately, it like messes up the boss ranks, if I remember correctly. So yeah, you don't want to do that if you're trying to use this route. You actually have to launch it after a few stages.
I see. So then it's Crescent Grizzly stage. It's pretty much platforming and destroying some cores, but only a Falcon armor part is picked up through the stage, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Well, there's a heart tank, but yeah, that's later.
I mean sub tank. We have with Zero we can collect the sub tank and the Falcon armor part. Also worth mentioning, the dialogue between Dr. Light and Zero, it's really, really long.
You know, right up there, where you jump through there, there's a heart up here.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So you get that later, yeah. You can't get that now. Okay. I was just making sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can snag the heart in the capsule easily in this stage, yeah. Or in this this run specific IL.
I believe you can get it with either Gaia armor or Falcon armor.
Yeah, well, or you could use like Nova and then like Wing Spiral Hover, but yeah, that's dumb. That would really, you only really do that if you were able to do Spiral Pegasus before this stage, but I'm pretty sure that's like way too much of a pain to route in, so yeah, it's probably better just revisit.
You know how to do it, right?
There's a lot of cases like that in this game where it's like, oh, you could do this here and then save this revisit, and it's like, well, this revisit is like way faster. That's pretty much what it comes down to. You have to revisit almost every stage. It's just which ones like will you do and how do you do them like faster, and etc. So it's about
not all the stages. Dinner Rex stages. I think it's the only one that you don't have to revisit.
Him. He's one of the ones you don't have to.
Also, you don't have to revisit Pegasion either.
Who?
Pegasion, Spiral Pegasion. The Skyver.
Oh, Skyver, yeah. Or well, if you go into it with if you're able to get the armor, yeah. Like so, if you go in with Falcon, yeah. I mean, you could do unarmored, or not unarmored, jeez. You could do ultimate and do like some fancy stuff, but again, that's dumb. Like there's this task strat, you know the elevator that's like right there? There's this task strat where you take damage onto the spikes, or like you get the virus, I think, and you go on the spikes, and from the spikes you jump over to the the thing. It's ridiculous though. I'm pretty sure it's like only TAS only, but that was a really silly trick. I remember from the TAS a few years back.
Learn it properly.
There's a few stupid things like this in this game that are just not doable for a human.
So this is the Duff McMullen stage. It's an auto-scroller.
This is the worst stage, easily. Sadly, you have to do it twice.
3 times.
Oh boy. The triple. Yeah, there's... Or wait, why 3?
Because number 1 is 0.
Because you don't have Adler's weapon.
Yeah, number 1 is 0, number 2 it's Unarmored X, number 3 is Falcon Armor.
Of course.
Yeah, to get the So wait. Okay, yeah, I get it. You could, yeah, it doesn't work with X, you can only do it with 0. The, like, Shoryukening, like, the ceiling or whatever.
An RTA.
To get the heart, yeah, you'd have to route in Adler before, so, yeah, that'd be a pain.
I didn't know you could do that.
Yeah, you don't have to go up the spikes, it's dumb though. I mean, that's the actual intended way of doing it, funny enough, but like almost no one knows that. Because they don't, there's like no way of them like incentivizing you or telling you that like that's a thing. I think there's like a crack in it, but there's like no way you would ever think anything of it.
Yeah. So pretty much what you have to do is facing 3 parts of the ship.
Yeah.
The front, the back, and the middle.
Yeah. Yeah, you ride him up on his top or whatever in the middle.
So to take out all parts, you pretty much SDC.
Yeah. Or later, or nah, Falcon can't. You can also use charged like shining laser, I think is what it's called. Whatever Izzy's, like the giant laser beam. That it's pretty decent on it actually.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's a really funny strat.
I use Spike Bar on X.
Oh yeah, that one's pretty good too.
Spike Ball for the back and Crystal Shot for the front. So yeah, there's more auto scrolling, and let's talk about the armors first. So the Falcon armor, what can it do?
The Falcon armor can fly basically. It can, you just double tap jump, or air dash midair, and then he just like goes into this flying animation, and you can just go anywhere. He just turns into Mega Man 3 Rush, and I think the charge shot is like nerfed though, and you can't charge weapons. But I think the half shot and Buster are still fine, and like all the normal weapons are fine. And you move the same speed, and I think you also have reduced damage. I'm not sure about that one though. Like comparatively to like unarmored or even fourth armor.
Yeah, there's another thing interesting mentioning for the intro. If you choose 0, you can have the C Buster, but you lose the 4th armor. If you choose X, it's the other way around.
Oh, I've never seen him do that. Like shoot from the same one like 4 times in a row. That's
Me
funny.
neither. And there's another.
You could shoot from the same one in a row for like till not long ago. I always thought they went in like a specific order, but nope.
So another interesting thing is the endings. If you start the game with X and finish it off with X, there's the first bad ending. If you start with 0 and finish with 0, there's the second bad ending. And the good ending, if you start with 0 and end it with X. Also,
Enigma or Shuttle succeeds. If they fail, you'll get bad ending, of course.
yeah, you'll get bad ending if 0 becomes Maverick.
Yeah.
The number 1, I presume.
Yeah.
A very important thing: you have to climb through the door after destroying the ship, or else you're going to die.
Yeah, if you just stand there, you'll fall down with it, and it'll kill you, and you have to redo that whole part. It sucks.
I believe that happened to Luis once.
Yeah, there's this good case of I think like Kirby Master was racing on a Sorrel. There's like a big X5 race, and he just went to the bathroom after he killed it. He came back. It was just like, oh, what the fuck? Because he had to redo the whole thing. Because if you stand there, you just die.
Wow.
But yeah, ironically, the fire on him on Duff here is really good. I think Louise found that. Or maybe some Japanese owners before. I'm not too sure. I know that Sneak certainly didn't.
So that was the Duff McWallen fight. You pretty much have to use Quake Blazer, and
Wow.
on the second phase you have to use Crystal Sword. It'll take him down pretty quickly.
Yeah, there's this really cool strat where I think you hit him with it's like a 13 fire or something like that, and then you slash him at the very top, and or like you make sure that he's like at the top of the screen, like while he's moving the ice and etc. And then you slash him, and then he like comes all the way down to the bottom if you do it that way. If you do it, if he's not like towards the top, he'll like go straight across, which sucks. For some reason, doing that manipulates him to like come all the way down. And when he's doing that, you can SDC him if you do it right, and then he's just immediately dead. But
Yeah.
that's really precise in a way.
So this is Axel's stage. There's not much to talk about other than
You go for the frame perfect double jump.
frame perfect double jump.
Yeah, it's right here. So this top, hold up, right, yeah, that one. If you try to jump straight up to that top one, it's frame perfect.
Wow.
It saves a full second. But yeah, Louise always goes for it. I always go for it. Most top runners will go for it. It's really stupid. There's no it's 1 second, and if you fail it, you lose 3. So it's not worth it at all. But it's really funny.
Wow, I didn't know about that. So yeah, some platforming, some ropes, and F's, and using F splasher actually keeps you invulnerable. Sorry. So
the vines in this, or that pop out here, or whatever, on those lines, like really suck on the ropes back there. They can knock you off and you're just instantly dead. So you have to be really careful about your dashing pattern.
yeah. However, the story is different if you have hyperdash.
Oh yeah, you just zoom by them. But you still have to be careful, but it's easier. It can really suck switching between the two, though. Like, it'll mess up your timing really bad. I remember that being a really big problem for me when I switched from SA to GA rank for all stages way back in the day.
So that was the Axel fight, SDC, and then Quake Blazer.
Yeah, you finish him with the fire. Quake Blazer.
So next stage is Shining Hotarunix. It's not too bad, except for the parts with the crushers when you have to use time stop.
The beginning is the worst part for sure.
So there's a weapon that we get from Axel. It's called the Twin Dream, and we're going to use it to take out the shielded enemies, the shielded Mavericks.
Yeah, this is the best weapon for Zero in the game.
However, if you take damage,
it's gone. Yeah, you have to open it back up immediately. You have to hit R2 or triangle again.
Wow.
The music is also very good in this stage.
Yeah, this game has a good soundtrack overall.
That's
pretty
fucking
good.
Rocks.
Yeah.
I feel like I like X6's soundtrack maybe a little bit more. But I feel like X6 is just like more consistent, but this one has like better tracks. Like the tracks that are good in this game are better than the tracks that are good in X6. X6 is just like more consistent.
Yeah.
So there's some tracks in this game that are like really bull, but overall it's still pretty good. Yeah. This part is the worst.
This part is the worst.
These chandeliers are really obnoxious. So once you freeze right here, you're just terrified. I hope you get the right pattern. Yeah, good.
Yeah.
You can air dash through some of these guys, but yeah, like that one is really obnoxious. The one where you're standing right now, or where.
Dangerous stage, but I managed to do it in one try.
Yeah, this part's easy. You just immediately freeze and just shallow jump for like eternity.
Yes. Worth mentioning, I equipped Hyperdash after Axel's stage.
Oh yeah, Hyperdash makes you go so much faster. It makes this game actually interesting.
So this mini boss, you pretty much have to aim for the black one and just go for it. And
yeah, you could try to use a Twin Dreamer to like reduce hit lag or whatever here, but yeah, as long as you are getting him every cycle, that's pretty much all that matters.
Yeah. How many cycles do you have to go through this boss?
I don't know the exact number, but walking to the mill. I don't. It's like 5 or 6. I'm not sure, like the exact number, but it's always the same. It's just random where he shows up and the patterns throughout. It's always the same amount of patterns.
Yeah. So then you have to go up here and destroy this weapon with the crystal sword, and you can go to pick up the arm upgrade for the Falcon armor.
Yep. I actually thought you specifically could only destroy that thing with X's C shot, and then I learned that like, oh yeah, you can just use Zero. Like I don't know why that confused me. I think it's because the Adler thing I was talking about earlier in Duff. Because like that, if you try to use Adler's weapon with X, it doesn't work. You have to use Zero's one, so it's like specific. But then like some things aren't. Like I don't know. This game is dumb.
Wow.
Yeah, here just double jumping for eternity.
So then it's the Hotarun X5. He likes to teleport a lot.
Yeah, if you're on PC, he'll teleport into the stage and despawn. Never come back. If you're really unlucky, that'll happen. The PC version is really weird. It never despawns the stage until you go into the next stage. That's why like there's lag in Dizzy and in Grizzly on the original PC version when they're like totally shouldn't be. It's because it never despawns anything. So like because there's nothing despawned, Izzy thinks that like okay, the rest of the stage is despawned. Only this room is, and when he teleports, he appears anywhere in the like spawned rooms, right? So on PC, since it doesn't despawn the other rooms, he'll just go to them, and then he despawns. It's like, it's so dumb.
Wow.
Wow.
So yeah, that was the Hotarun X5.
Yeah, it's just RNG, what he does. Yeah, don't play PC. or do if you want to risk that happening.
When I was a kid, I played the PC version.
Yeah, it's so weird. Like, it's very rare. It almost happens to no one. But I've had it happen to me like 6 times. And I barely ever play PC. It's so dumb. I think Louise has had it happen a few times. Same with Orsa. But it's super, super weird.
Weird, I got a super recovery.
He just goes and just doesn't come back. It's funny, like, you hear the sound effect of him, like, teleporting, but it's, like, infinitely looped, like, really, like, fast.
Wow.
It's so dumb.
Uh-oh.
Like, I think it just gradually gets faster, and then it's just, like, really fast, and you're like, wow, great. Good game. Yeah, easy Dynamo. He punches the ground and does some lasers, but he's just showing off. They don't do anything. I mean, you take like the smallest amount of damage. It's so... I mean, like, it's so short it literally doesn't matter. You just tank it.
So I had a problem with this run. Why did I get Super Recover instead of Energy Saver?
Oh, I'm like actually pretty bad at like stuff like this. I'm sure it has to do with probably like boss level, because I know there's certain things where, for instance, like if you're doing unarmored all stages at the very beginning, like the first thing you do after intro is game over abuse to get your rank up. So that could be the case. Dying can literally rank you up. So that might have affected it. I don't. There's a bunch of things that go into it. I'm not super knowledgeable about the X5 part system. It's like really complex and weird. I don't have like the whole thing like mapped out in my head. I just know like how it basically works.
So
you need to get all these blue orbs here, and then you can shoot out this door here and get a Falcon part.
Yes, head Falcon part. So that was the bike section of Squid stage.
Funny enough, it's harder to miss all of them than to get all of them, like drastically.
Yeah. When I was a kid, I used to struggle with this stage.
So yeah, getting a 0 orb is like much harder than getting all the orbs, because that like one stupid air dash at the very end. You like try to time it to where the bike starts like falling right before the final orb. There's a visual cue for it, but it's really dumb. And I think it saves like 2 seconds, like IGT. So like only time you would ever do it for like all stages or whatever. It's not even worth it.
Yeah. So that's another thing. As another question. Like, I was wondering why did I get Saber Plus? I almost never get Saber Plus in my runs.
Yeah, I think Saber Plus is... Hold up, let me think.
Ouch.
I think Saber Plus has to do with Axel?
Maybe.
Yeah, I think it's Axel. I think you have to choose energy to get it, but it might depend because like it's so weird. I think that might be it. I think it might be Axel, but I'm not sure like what specifically goes into it.
So that was the door skip that I did.
Yeah,
You pretty much have to take crush damage and then go through.
yeah. There's in X5 they added these things called crush frames. It's like they're different from iframes. Mainly just being like these parts here you see, these doors, like, you know, that you went through earlier. It's not like, it's not an object like the ground or the rest of the stage. It's an independent object like the doors here.
That's how it's done.
But
ladies and
it's
gentlemen.
still like a platform-esque. So basically you can go through like all of these like type of things with crush frames. So like a capsule per se, you can walk through like with crush frames and like the destructible blocks, things like this. Like as long as they're not actually part of the stage, then getting crush frames will like let you like pass through them.
Yeah. So that was the Adler fight. Not much to say about it.
Yeah, you just air slash and then he comes down and you just STC.
So I think we didn't explain the Adler stage, but the second part was just attacking interrupters to, I mean, attacking switches to open the door, pretty much.
Yeah, you just have to. You can't just attack one because the other one will come out. Like you have to attack them. Like you have to time it. You can't just go one, like all focus on one, and then go to the other. You have to alternate between the two, or else the other one will pop open.
So this is the first McWallen revisit. You have to do it with Unarmored X in order to get the final Falcon Armor part.
Time for some action.
You just shoot a goose shot or goose shaver.
Goose Shaver, yeah. So let's talk about Unarmored X. He pretty much he pretty much takes more damage. You don't have an air dash. I think you have an air dash from X7 to X8,
yeah, X7,
isn't it?
X8. Yeah, X7 is the first game where Unarmored gets an air dash. Should have been X3, SMH.
Yeah. So
oh yeah, the fire is actually really good.
Yeah. I pretty much use it consistently.
This fire
Especially on the side part of the ship.
Underwater.
Yeah.
So yeah, more auto scrolling, pretty much. So after this revisit, we are going to go with Falcon Armor to take the heart, pretty much. There's going to be more auto-scrolling shenanigans, pretty much.
Yep, that's the stage for you.
So after that, we're going to do the
Fire too hot for water.
the Necrobat revisit, which will allow us to get a part of the Gaia armor.
Yeah, Gaia armor.
Using Hotaronic's weapon, that Firefly laser.
Yeah, you have to navigate it through this like ridiculously like tight maze. It's like so dumb, but luckily they give you a spike to kill yourself on if you run out of ammo.
Yeah, it's a bit funny.
glad they did it. It would suck if they didn't. There'd be nowhere else to die. You'd just be screwed.
So after that, there's going to be the Hotaru Nix Revisit. There you have to take a hard. Oh yeah, I died here because I ran out of ammo.
Yeah, hopefully. Yeah, you respawn like immediately, so it's worth it. And when you die, starting an X5 onward, you get all your ammo back immediately.
Yeah. So about the Hotaru Nix Revisit, you pretty much have to collect the hard tank and the EX tank. The EX tank gives you 2 more lives after you continue, but we won't be using it any often.
Yeah, hopefully not. But yeah, it's required. Silly.
It's required since this is a 100% category. Here we use Spike Ball again to take down the sides. It's a very powerful close-ranged weapon.
Yeah, he takes barely any iframes from it, so you can just spam it like this. It does a good amount of damage. And yeah, after like about halfway the bottom part is destroyed, then you keep shooting it upward.
Here I ran out of ammo and have to use charge shots to take him out.
Yeah, luckily it's not that many shots, because Buster's pretty good too.
Yeah.
Or Charge Buster at least. They actually nerf the half shots in this game too. They're really good in X4, but they suck in this game.
You mean the green shots?
The full charge shot is way better. Yeah, the full charge shot is way better. The green shots get nerfed in this game, yeah. Yeah, but right there, you see that block back there? Yeah, with Adler's weapon, you can use the Shoryuken for 0 to slide up. It's really dumb, though.
Here I changed to Goo Shaver to get out of the menu quickly.
Yeah.
Okay, visit number 1.
That's really important, and whenever you're doing these revisits in X5, you always want to weapon swap back, because the menu is so slow.
So then a Hyper Dash for Falcon Armor, and then we have to do the auto scrolling again.
Yep.
So let's see. About this game. Oh yeah, the Falcon Shot. The Falcon Shot pretty much is because it has piercing damage. You can pretty much do charge shots to this, and it works as good as the Spike Ball weapon.
Yeah, it pierces, which is really helpful, but for the most part, yeah, like, because it takes multiple hits from it, like, per charge shot, because it doesn't take iframes. Like, it doesn't trigger the iframes. But yeah, unlike most enemies that, like, have iframes or whatever, or bosses, the Falcon charge shot is pretty shite. But yeah, for the purpose of this, it's really good.
So the Falcon Armor, pretty much the armor part helps the damage. The Buster part lets you do the pierce shot. The head part it's an energy saver part, and the boots, that's the best part. You can fly while being invulnerable a long time.
It's funny though. It's pretty much better in X6 though, because they boost everything up except they nerf the you don't fly. You just get like a crappy air dash, but everything else is like drastically better for no reason. Like the charge shot, it doesn't pierce anymore, but I think it does 4 damage, not 5, which is the normal charge. So like whatever. But I think here it only does like 2 on its own for like per hit. So they boost the Buster in X6 of it. You take less damage, and actually that's probably it. Oh, and you can charge weapons. That's really important. You can't charge weapons with it in this game, but you can in X6. It's so weird.
Yeah.
Even though, like, it's supposed to be, because they give it to you in X6 as, like, the free armor. Kind of like the 4th armor in this game. If you choose X, it's free armor. Except the 4th armor in this game is literally carbon copy the exact same as in X4. Yet they changed so much in X6.
Yeah, but you don't have stock shot. You don't have Nova Strike either.
Oh yeah, it's true. Well, you only get plasma, and yeah, I guess you don't have Nova. But I mean, you only get like one of them every like billion years. So like, it's not that big of a deal. But yeah, that is true. Forgot about that. But yeah, you get stuck with the plasma. You don't even get the option of stock.
If I'm not mistaken, so on X4 the plasma shot does the same damage as the stock shot, but that's another story.
As the stock?
Yes, stock shot.
Yeah, it does. I'm pretty sure that's true. Yeah, it's just so much better than stock shot. It's really weird though for like casuals though. Most people are used to the plasma because it looks cool or whatever. So yeah, you can get used to it, especially because like it has that thing where if you're charging it, so like you charge stock shot all the way and get the 4 shots, and then like let go, it doesn't shoot out instantly. Like it only stores them. But it makes sense because it's literally called stock shot. So
yeah. I believe when the water animation goes out, if you do it like frame perfect, you can dash jump.
If you go for jump, it'll maintain the water physics.
Yes. That was I thinking. Bad positioning.
God damn it.
If you get it, oh yeah, you're too low. The spikes lie to you. It's really dumb. Like the visual cue is not good at all. But the, oh yeah, it'll work second frame too. You just don't jump as high. But yeah, first 2 frames.
Oh.
I thought it was only frame perfect, but that's literally impossible because you can get different results depending when you jump, so it literally can't be. So I'm pretty sure it's 2 frames.
Yeah. So after Hotaronix Revisit, there's the which one was that? Oh yeah, the Crescent Grizzly. The Crescent Grizzly Revisit. You have to do it with Falcon armor to get the heart.
Yeah, you have to fly up there.
Yeah, and after that there's the Sigma stages.
Oh, oh yeah. Then the 2 Gaia revisits.
So here it's better to do it with Falcon armor because you can bypass this section.
Yep.
You can use Darkhold if you want to stop the lag, but every time Elia speaks to you, the Darkhold stops, isn't it?
Yeah, that would make sense. It always stops whatever you're doing when you get in the cutscene.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could also, again, like I was saying earlier, you could wing spiral hover across that, but again, you'd have to do Pegasus before this stage, and that'll mess things up, etc., etc. So yeah, it's probably just better to use Falcon.
Yeah. About Pegasion, that's the last Maverick that we're going to fight, because if you defeat him, you cannot SDC anymore.
Yeah.
Because it replaces the new ability. You have to do it with dash and then the attack button,
Yeah.
and that replaces the STC.
Yeah, you can STC with it. Well, you can, just not the same way you would normally. You have to do like a slash crouch cancel, which is basically TAS only. Like the most efficient way to do it would be to do slash and then crouch and then so slash frame 1, frame 2 crouch, frame 3 press forward to walk. So you cancel the slash with a crouch and you cancel the crouch with a walk, because you can't cancel a crouch with a slash. It's only a walk. So like because that you have to like scoot forward like 1 frame at least. So like when you see the TAS doing it, it's funny. They're always like inching forward. That's the reason, because you have to tap forward in order to cancel the crouch to do it efficiently. But
Nice.
it's not RTA-able, not at all.
Wow.
This part is really dumb too. Stupid art.
Yeah, you can die pretty easily if you are not careful.
Yep.
So then we collect the EX tank onto an extra visit.
It's funny, they even give you a target. You shoot the shield guy, and then the flames, like the embers, like bounce up and ignite the wood. And they literally intend you to just shoot forward.
Oh yeah. No. We're not going to the Sigma stages after the Grizzly stage. We'll have to do the first Axel revisit to acquire a part of the Gay armor.
Yeah, and then you have to. That one sucks. You have to do it twice because you need the Gaia armor to get the. Was it a heart? Yeah.
Yes.
To get the heart. So you have to get the heart with Gaia, and there's a Gaia part in the stage, so you're forced to do the stage at least twice. But yeah, typically 3 times if, again, you don't link Spiral Hover.
Too low.
Yeah. Again, like the visuals and like where the spikes are really awful.
Very much.
The game tries to look like kind of 2.5D-esque, like X4, 5, and 6. And because of that, it can be like kind of off-putting.
Yeah.
You're not used to it.
I don't want to save.
So then there's the Axel revisit. You pretty much have to go with Falcon and pick up the Gaia part. And that's pretty much it.
Yep.
But the different thing about this and 0-1 is that the vertical bind section, you can pretty much fly over it.
Yeah, you just fly straight up on the climbing part. Here. If you're a god, you could flip through those boxes somehow, and then you could skip the revisit.
Is that task only?
Nah, it's not possible, period.
Wow.
Only in a dream.
When I was a kid, I didn't know what those boxes mean until I replayed this game several years later.
Yeah, you gotta dash into them with Gaia.
Or just destroy them.
Oh yeah, that's it. Yeah, the charge shot on Gaia is actually like really good. It does like, I think, like half the damage of Nova, but it takes as much time to charge as a half shot. So like in the boss rush, it's actually like pretty good, but it's pretty much preference because the thing moves so slow. It's debatable whether it's actually faster or not. But yeah, it's really funny to use.
I actually haven't tried that.
You also don't fall on walls, you just stick permanently.
And also you're invulnerable to spikes.
Yep.
That's the advantage of the Gay armor. It's a defensive armor. So this is the virus stage or Sigma stage number 1. It's a Quickman lasers. Shouts to Quickman stage.
Yeah, hot Inafune reference right here.
Then you use the Darkhold. There's an incentive that I'm going to put through this run. The incentive is doing this stage without using the Darkhold.
It's not as bad as you think. It just takes like a decent amount of practice. But once you get it, you get it. It's pretty like simple once you understand it.
Yeah.
I mean, you definitely need to practice it. You can't just wing it.
So this is the Shadow Devil fight. Pretty much there's a spot that you can basically kick the wall, that you are invulnerable to this face.
Yeah. You just mash in the corner. Funny enough, it's harder. Or you have to mash. Oh, nice RNG. You have to mash faster with X, like because X is taller and thinner. 0 is fatter and shorter. So with X, you have to mash like twice as hard up here. It's really dumb. But you don't take as much damage if you're, well, ideally, if you're not using 4th armor, or if you're not using unarmored. 4th armor, you take like way less. So,
I see.
Anything else. But yeah, it's a really good pattern, aside from the doubles, which kind of stinks, but overall, this is still a really good fight.
Yeah.
Not anything stupid.
So that's the Wily Machine face. The spikes are instant death. Also, it's also Shadow Devil's body is instant death too on extreme.
Yeah.
And yeah, use just SDC if he gives you a right pattern. If not, use Jig Attack or
Yeah,
just
you either
Air
want the
Slash.
foot or crotch. Either is ideal. Well, foot is better, I think, but either is very good. Aside from that, I think you can get a 4 cycle at best if you don't get either of those. If you're like true god though, and you really want to test your luck limits, you can say you get the SDC RNG on cycle 1, and then you get him to right above half health, and you make sure he doesn't go at half health. That way, he doesn't do the Wily, and then hope for no doubles, and then get crotch eye again. That would be the god fight, but that's if you're like literally insane.
Yeah. You have to determine...
And these Sigmas. Yeah, risk versus reward. These Sigmas, like mechs, are really obnoxious. They do a ton of damage. I think with Soul Body or Twin Dreamer, you can actually take care of them pretty easily, but yeah, they hit really hard. So you have to be very careful.
Yeah. So that was the use of the virus. If you take the virus sickness with X, you get heavy damage and that's it. But if you take it with 0, it's a full health recover and invulnerability time.
Yep. Just like God mode. You get it with 0.
Yeah.
It's like the game is trying to tell you something.
Very much. So I used Darkhold to do that vertical climbing, and now we are into the Rangda Bangda Mark II fight. It's a bit complicated to explain.
Yeah, so he's a lot different from X1. He's way more of a jerk. So yeah, this blue eye will follow you. The green eye will like spray everywhere. That one sucks. And the nose just does its thing and follows you around. The nose is the easiest to deal with by far. Ooh, that sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah. The nose is weak to Duff's weapon. The green eye is weak to the Crescent slash. ironically, it's weak to it, but it takes iframes that are 3 times longer than normal. So it's literally faster to just use a normal air slash because like his iframes are so much longer.
I didn't know
Like
that.
if you're, yeah, it's super stupid. And the red one just like spray, but that one's easy to deal with. Ideally, you want the green eye dead before the nose comes in, and blue, or either or like at least have one cycle with the green. But yeah, if it's under half health and the walls close in like that, but it's very predictable, it's based on where you're positioned on the wall. Wherever you are, he's gonna try to kill you. So you're gonna need to move. That's basically it.
Yeah. I think the blue eye is vulnerable to Quake Blazer, if I'm not mistaken.
Hmm?
The blue eye is vulnerable to Quake Blazer, and you can
Really?
yeah,
I didn't even know that.
you can also
Nice.
SDC it as well as the red eye. Sorry.
If you can, it's best to STC all of them except the green, but that's not always feasible.
Yeah, depends on RNG.
Yeah, including the nose. But that's if you're playing ballsy. You don't like it's such a minor time save to STC the nose because especially on if you have Duff McWellen's air dash, you can kill him like really fast.
Yeah.
But it saves a little bit. It's just like, is it worth taking damage or not?
So this is the virus stage 3. It's just pure platforming. You have to go to X first to get the ultimate armor. There it is.
So yeah, you actually have to do this stage twice, which is pretty silly, but that way you can get both Black Zero and Ultimate Armor.
Yeah, it's pretty nuts. Then I forgot that I have to commit suicide.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Thankfully though, Spike's literally right in front of you.
Yeah.
It's almost like they planned for you to do this or something.
Who knows?
They definitely did. For sure. 100%. I mean, the platform even moves out of the way. How nice.
Ultimate armor. So the battle against X with Black Zero, it's very easy. You just have to SDC and save air slashes.
Yeah. If you're lucky, it's like a little bit faster than the X fight with quick charge. But yeah, he can kind of be a jerk and try to like combo you. But ideally, yeah, you just STC him and he's dead.
So the Black Zero upgrade, it's pretty much.
It gives you D barrier, shock buffer, Saber Plus, and Master Saber, I believe.
What about Shot Eraser?
Oh yeah. That's what I was thinking of. Not Master Saber, Shot Eraser. Or well, it might be you get Shot Eraser in X4. I don't know which you get next. In X4 and 5. If it's Shot Eraser or Master Saber, I think it's like Master Saber in X6. I may be wrong though.
So this is an interesting fact. If X does his ultimate armor charge shot, you can erase his shot with Shot Eraser.
Yeah.
With a saber. So the best pattern that he could give you is standing there and doing charge shots. So this way you can just pretty much SDC in peace. Like this. That was the X fight.
Yep. And now cutscene.
Yeah. recovered. There was a gold time save because I entered with ultimate armor in that stage by accident.
Yeah, the death abuse again.
So then there's the Spiral Pegasion stage. You have to do it with Falcon. You can destroy the bombs pretty easily with a charge shot. But you can also use Quick Blazer if you want.
Yeah.
I mean, Ground Fire. That's excess weapon. So yeah. Also, we have to collect the weapon tank. Let's see. It's the weapon tank, the Gaia armor piece, and the hard tank.
Yep.
If you don't destroy these bombs, they're going to freeze the screen, and you take much damage. So it's better to destroy them quickly.
You take about like 2/3 of like your health bar. It's a lot. You take a ton of damage.
You have to be careful with this slow elevator, because if you dash underneath, and then
yes, I know what you're talking about. If you say you're like standing in the middle of the platform here, and you're trying to like right here, you're trying to dash off and like squeeze in between like earlier, it'll kill you. If you hold against the wall in MASH, it's fine. It's if you like try to dash at it from a distance, it'll kill you.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just fly straight up. Easy.
Pretty much. So the next one is kind of a risky strat, but you have to land exactly on the platform. All I did was
fall off and top right a little bit.
Yeah. So now pretty much you gotta crouch, and after the spiky platform, you can just fly like this.
You just skip it.
You can also fly to skip the vertical elevator. It's pretty useful, the flying mechanic of the Falcon armor.
Yep. Yeah, they put so many of them right there.
Yeah. You can bypass them like that.
Health is not a concern, really, so...
Even on extreme difficulty, you can pretty much take the following bosses pretty easily.
Yep.
The problem of the health begins, I think, at any percent.
Yeah, any percent has really bad health problems like the entire time. Same with all stages. Especially if you're Luis and you get 0 sub-tanks.
So this is Pegasion. You pretty much have to do charge shots, and when the time is right, you have to use the Darkhold. That's his actual weakness.
Yeah, it's like his weakness in the same way that like Bright is like Pharaoh's weakness. You just freeze him and makes things simple.
Mm-hmm. Like this.
Yep.
Unfortunately, I didn't quite count it, so I had to deal with the second phase, pretty much.
Yeah, dives. The Storm Eagle interpretation.
Yeah, shouts to Storm Eagle.
Thankfully, he's not as annoying somehow.
No.
Except when he knocks you off the side.
Yeah, I believe the uppercut move is the one that knocks you back the most.
It's any of them when he's diving. That'll knock you off the side if you get hit. Will throw you like all the way off, but especially that one.
Can you fly to save yourself if you're Falcon?
Yeah,
If you get pushed off?
You can even do it with as long as you have hover, like you can do it with ultimate armor. You just have to repress at like the god time. Your reflexes on repressing jump has to be like ridiculous. it's so silly. I didn't even
Wow.
know you could do it until I like press jump and save myself like on complete accident one time.
Wow. So this is the Gaia armor. It's really slow. The dash speed is really low.
The dash is barely faster than walking.
Yeah.
It's faster, just barely. Like I was actually curious if it even is faster for a while, but yeah, it is. It's just so minor.
Yeah. So as you can see here, the green shots takes the no. The green charge shots take the same time charging as the
As a half shot.
Yeah.
As a green, yeah. And yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah, it's so like you just hold down charge, and once you see that he's glowing, that you have it. That's it.
So here
Yeah,
I pretty much
you have to bring it all the way to the edge because your your horizontal speed is so trash. So you have to get it all the way.
Did we talk about Giga attacks?
Giga attack?
Yeah, the Giga attack of the Gay armor, it's a close range ball that damages enemies.
Yeah, it's I think it's pretty decent at a few points, but yeah, overall it's really not too worth it. I haven't tried it on like any bosses actually. I wonder if it'd be good for like Sig maybe or something.
However, the Giga attack of Zero and Falcon armor are better. They just cover the whole screen.
Yeah, the Zero is good. The Falcon armor is pretty shit though. It's not very good.
Yeah, it has a bit of a random nature, to be honest.
Yeah, no, it's very hit or miss.
Because of the dash speed of the Gaia armor, I can't do the door skip.
Oh, it's actually possible. It's just like pretty hard. There's a good clip of Orsa finding out that you can do it back in like 2013. That's really funny.
Wow.
Like, or maybe like 2014 actually. But yeah, it's actually possible. It's really funny though.
I didn't know about that.
It's pretty tight, but yeah.
So yeah, that was the Axel Revisit number 2, where you have to collect the heart with Gay armor, destroying the blocks and repositioning the blocks. And this is Adler Revisit, where you have to collect yet another heart tank by destroying the blocks. You don't have to reposition one block to shoot the switch.
Like
Is
you
it
do
this
the
switch?
damage boost?
Yes.
Yeah.
And since the hitbox of the charge shot is pretty big, you can just take care of it.
Yeah, there's this really stupid strat you can do there, where I don't know if it's even possible RTA, but I've seen this task do it. You kill 2 of the blocks or whatever, or maybe you can do it with 1, I don't know. Probably not. But you get the block to fall on top of you at the very end, and then it gives you crush frames, and you just dash straight through the door. But yeah, the dash is really bad with Gaia, so I don't know if that's possible.
Yeah. So we take the ultimate armor for the final stage because the Nova Strike is the quickest way to pretty much go through the bosses.
Yeah. And the fact that you have like a good dash speed. Otherwise, Gaia would easily be better, but it's debatable because of how slow Gaia moves.
So here it's just platforming, Nova Strike through Sigma's right armors.
Yeah, all the Sigmas everywhere.
This is extreme, so there's more enemies.
Yep.
So
Adler.
these are the refights. This is Adler's one, and you pretty much Nova Strike until you finish him off.
Pretty sure for this fight you can literally just hold forward and mash Nova Strike the entire fight. Like with zero variation. and like still be good. Like it won't be fast, but yeah, the problem is like you chase him up like this. Yeah, and then he'll dive like that, which sucks. But yeah, that was really good still.
Yeah. Next refight is Hotaronix, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, right to left here is Izzy. Hotaronix.
So again, teleporting action, and you pretty much Nova Strike through it. You have to use Nova Strike pretty much in every boss. You don't ever use its weakness.
Yeah,
it's another thing to mention.
This fight really sucks because of 96 level health.
96 is the max level?
Yup. It just, once you get here in normal and extreme, like at the boss rush, it just maxes out for no reason. And again, on easy mode, it's level 1 still. So you save like, I think like a full minute just from the boss rush on easy mode. It's so crazy.
Wow.
Just because of the level 96 health.
Here I'm going to Dinner Rex first because of the health.
Yeah,
so,
he can be finicky. You have to be particular here. He can like body slam you.
Like that.
Yeah.
Excuse me for the video quality, by the way.
It's all good. I've seen this game a million times, so I already know what's happening.
That's good. If I'm not mistaken, the bitrate it's like 300 and the frame drops are like 20%.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure to get through this part, like this background with the screen not dying, you literally have to have like 3,000 bitrate. It's just so dumb.
Wow.
It literally has to be 3,000 for it to not die. I think like the rain and Turboid stages in X6 is pretty similar. I don't think it's as bad though. I think it's like 20-something hundred for that. But yeah,
wow.
If you want to play this game in perfect quality, you gotta stream like 3K bitrate.
That's actually impossible. I'm using stolen internet. Stolen Wi-Fi.
Dang. Yeah.
So, I believe McWallen is the hardest refight.
Yeah, McWallen, you have to be really particular. I mean, debatably you could say Skyver too, but there's an easy strat. I think if you throw in like at the very beginning of the fight, if you just dash jump back, or after the first Nova, like it makes that fight free. But yeah, this one, there's like pretty much no way around it, unless you use C-Sting. Or C-Sting, I mean C-Shot.
The second phase, you can either risk it, by going through the right, or you can just damage boost and take crush damage.
Yeah, you can just only Nova left if you're being safe, or Nova left and right. But if you Nova left and right, you have to dodge the ice blocks coming at you. Ideally,
Yeah.
if you do it right, though, you only have to do it once. So it's not as scary as it seems if you do it perfectly.
Yeah. So the Grizzly refight, it's pretty much just Nova strike him at the right times. You have to time your Nova strikes on the second phase.
Yep. Because he's going to be diving and etc.
Yeah. I believe on the second phase, with each claw attack cycle, you can max Nova strike twice.
Hmm. Yeah, when he like comes out of the wall, you can. Or out of the background, yeah.
Safety health, and then on to Axel. Axel, pretty much you have to Nova strike him, and the worst pattern that he can give you is the root pattern. If I'm mistaken, if you get caught by the root, it deals damage. Yeah, the whip. It deals so much damage.
It angles you up in it. Yeah, that right there. You gotta be careful.
Yeah.
An easy way to avoid it is just like when you're Novaing left and right, just barely tap the D-pad to turn around. Don't like hold left or hold right. Or
Yeah.
you'll end up like running into it. Yeah, so you like only want to use the D-pad to like change direction.
So this is the Pegasion refight. You have to time your Nova strikes carefully, or else you're gonna be pushed out of the battlefield.
Yeah. That's what I was saying at the very beginning. You could jump backwards, make it a little bit safer, but yeah.
Like that.
Oh, yep.
I didn't time my Nova strike properly there.
Yeah, there's the basic strat is you try to like Nova and then like do a like mid dash jump to like space and then the Nova. But yeah, it's really finicky. It's just all feeling pretty much. Just timing.
Yeah. When he's diving, it's pretty hard to hit him.
Yeah, if you can hit him every single dive, that's really, really good. That's like top tier.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really weird. To end like that, sometimes he'll be up way higher in the ground, like above the ground, and sometimes you can just Nova, like just straight up like left, right, like he's that low enough to the ground. It's really weird. I don't know what causes that, him to like change height like that.
So those were the refights, and then onto the final section.
Yeah,
You pretty much
use
have
the Nova for platforming right here.
Yeah. You can pretty much take the Sigma right armors with no problem with Nova Strike. Then there's Choco Block shouts to Mega Man 2.
Yeah, the Yoku blocks.
So let's talk about the Sigma battles. Phase 1, it's pretty much avoid the lightning, and you have to be careful with the wave pattern, pretty much. So
Yeah.
about the second part,
The wave does a lot of damage. Yeah, he'll like teleport and then like go up to the top middle, like mid-air of like where he's standing right now. He'll just like shoot out the like pattern of waves and they deal so much damage. You do not want him to do that.
like now.
Yeah, that.
So how about the second phase?
So yeah, phase 2 here, the first thing that matters is these fists. He can either shoot, well, so there's like 6 things they can do, but ideally, the left one or the right one, either or, it doesn't matter. One of them comes forward and the other stays put. Then you can jump behind it and spray 2 plasmas and it'll clear both of them. But sometimes they'll both just open up or they'll both come at you, which is annoying. But yeah, that's awful. That's what you don't want. But
Yeah.
ideally you kill one of the fists or both, and then he'll start shooting these blue shots here. These like 4.
Safety eating.
Yeah.
Oh, and the squares of doom.
Yeah, they can really suck. You gotta be careful with them.
Time.
Nice.
So yeah, thanks for helping me commentate. That was really fun.
Yeah, no problem, dude.
What's up, everyone? This is Tabo. I'm with I'm I'm with Ninja Delphox, another X6 runner. Ninja.
Yeah, I'm Ninja.
Yeah. So this is Man X6. It's part of the Trifecta run. The timer starts whenever you game start on the menu. So that's a cutscene. You can skip it with start. So I'm playing this run on extreme difficulty, just like X5. Ninja, can you tell me the difference between normal and extreme in this game?
Extreme mode, there are a lot more enemies and enemies hit harder. And certain bosses are changed, like their attacks are faster and they move more aggressively.
I see. It's a big thing about the difficulty on X5 and X6. So this is the intro stage. There's not much to talk about other than basic movement. You can do what's called the dash jumps that doesn't give you lag whenever you dash, except for the ground one. But this can be solved by crouching and then dashing in the ground. So as you can see, I'm taking a lot of damage here. The drills do as much damage as you can imagine, and unfortunately I die. But luckily there are 2 checkpoints before the boss, this one and the beginning. So can you tell me about saber dash canceling with X?
SDC with X, so 2 frames of his saber will do damage, and you want to cancel after the second one so you can get the most damage to destroy the boxes.
Pretty much. There's also saber climbing on this. It's a bit complicated. Like, you have to time whenever you strike with the saber and whenever you kick out of a wall. So the first boss.
Whenever you're Sorry. Whenever you're saber climbing, you don't want to hold the direction of the wall you're going, because then you will get stuck.
I see. So the next boss is the giant mechanolite. You want to enter this with medium HP or low HP, depending on the difficulty you're going. He can do a variety of patterns, but you want him to do the crush attack instead of the horizontal crush attack, or else the fight is going to be more risky. The difference between normal and extreme is that on extreme he shoots more blue balls that are wave or something, isn't it? You'll see that attack soon whenever his health bar goes low.
Yeah, when he shoots the blue balls and makes the laser pillar.
That was That's what happens when you go on extreme with low health.
So far, this is about.
So this category is 100%, and it's about collecting all items, include the 4 sub tanks, the 16 hard tanks, 8 weapon tanks, and all parts, and that means you have to rescue all 128 replites. Also, all armors. Am I missing something?
That's everything.
Yeah, this.
Percent doesn't include 999 souls, huh? For both Zero and X.
Yeah, you can end the game with the rank you like. Also, Black Zero and Ultimate Armor is not required because they are chat only. So you want to take damage boost out of this boss like I'm doing now, and then when his health go really low, you have to hit the ball, which is his weakness with the saber.
And you want to hit him a specific amount of times before you hit the ball, because you hit the ball and he doesn't die, he gets a really long invincibility period.
Yeah, so the history about this game is that you are facing a new threat called the Nightmare. And there's a new guy. There was a new guy at the intro that we skipped through the cutscene, and his name is Gate. We're going to see him later. This is High-Max. This is like Bile and X1. It's another undefeatable boss. You have to take damage to end the animation Despo. And that's the intro stage. So about the options that they give you on that screen, it's save, go to stage select, and exit. We're going to see several safety saves because if one replicate dies, you have to start all over. So the first stage that we're going to go is Turtlet stage, and we're going to take the secret path to unlock Zero by defeating the Zero Nightmare. Can you tell me about how this stage works?
On Turtler stage, there are certain areas that have acid rain falling, and you take constant damage while you're in those areas, and to get out of them, you have to destroy a couple generators that look like little eyes, and then you have to destroy the big one, and then you can move on with the area.
Yeah, I believe there's 4 on the normal stage, and one extra on the secret path. Like those little eyeballs, those are the mini generators that will weaken the main one, and and then you have to destroy the main one. I tried to snipe them with the jig attack, it didn't work. There was one missing. They take 1 charge shot and 1 normal shot, or they can be taken out by 6 normal shots as well. So
another thing with extreme mode is that certain enemies have more health. Like the nightmares normally will die in 1 charge shot, but in extreme they take a charge shot and a lemon.
Yeah, pretty much. So speaking of those things, the nightmares. So the nightmare soldiers, as I like to call them, they are more difficult to kill. They appear in a lot more numbers. They are kind of useful because when you kill them, they release. When you kill them for the first time, they release an item that's called Nightmare Soul. And the more Nightmare Souls you collect, the higher the rank is going to be. And the rank is extremely important in this game because it lets you equip certain parts. The parts system, it's pretty interesting. There's even a glitch going on there, but we'll explain that later when we unlock Zero. So about the parts, there are 2 parts, or actually 3 parts that are very important through the entire run, and that is Hyperdash, Cyber Plus, and Life Recover. Hyperdash and Cyber Plus can be unlocked in this stage by saving certain replicates.
For cover can be unlocked in Commander Yamark stage by a Reploid right next to the sub-tank, so it's actually a very useful pickup.
Yeah. So about the difference between this category and another, 100% it's a lot longer. It takes like 2 hours to beat the game on 100%.
Around that.
So yeah, so that's 100%. Any percent, it's pretty much going to the gate stages after beating Hymax and unlocking Zero. And all stages, you have to visit all 8 stages before going to the gate once. Is there another category that I'm missing?
Ultimate Armor X, any percent, but that's basically any percent with just Ultimate Armor.
And Unarmored X too?
Yeah, Unarmored X all stages is quite the difficult category to say the least.
Yeah. I think only few people done that one.
Yeah. It's really hard. It takes so much damage.
Yeah, and also the knockback. It's extremely can be noticed very easily. So here in this section, I have to collect a piece of the shadow armor by going into iframes, and these iframes will. So through these iframes, I can get past the spikes, but if I don't make it in time, I run out of iframes and I die.
There's a part later in the game that extends your iframes called the damage barrier, and it can be really useful for things like this.
Yeah, double barrier, and if I'm not mistaken, double barrier can be get on the Sheldon stage, secret zone.
Yeah, it's found in the Sheldon Nightmare area.
Yeah. So as you can see, this this path is very precise. You have only so much iframes. And speaking of iframes, this section. Okay, I made it. This section requires the use of iframes to pretty much get past to the secret area. Let's just say that the people who are behind this game didn't expect you to abuse iframes in order to progress through the game, but joke's on you.
So when you have iframe, you also can't touch certain things like the crystal to go into the nightmare area for whatever reason.
Yeah, however, you can collect items and save replays while you're on iframes, as you could see there.
Yeah.
So remember, this is 100%. You have to collect everything.
So when you don't have iframes, you can't enter doors, which can be really annoying sometimes.
There's only one occasion when that could be useful, and that's on Scaravage stage.
Yeah, when you jump through the totems.
Yeah.
Which is the big problem with 100% in this game because of his randomness with his stage.
Yeah, our RNG is all over the place. Let's talk about it. So, about the upcoming boss of this area, Nightmare Zero. He can do a lot of patterns. One of them is just attacking, and another one of it. Excuse me for the video quality. Another one of them is teleporting around, which loses time. So about this game. This game, let's just say that it's a little bit broken because there's a couple of glitches that you may do when you have the proper items or you have some parts equipped, something like that. So there are two major glitches that will help us progress through the game, and one of them is the Saber Dash cancel, just like X4 and X5. But that's not too much like a glitch, but the other ones sure are noticed. the the guard shell with the saber, and the Ensuisan invulnerability glitch. So can you explain the guard shell, Hill?
The guard shell is really weird where if its hitbox is in an enemy's hitbox, and you use either the first or second part of Zero's Saber combo or anything that doesn't give an enemy invincibility, every unique frame of Saber Slash will, not Saber, of Zero Slash will hit on every frame.
Yeah, and that can shred most of the bosses here. Some of them are invulnerable to the guard shell glitch, like for example Nightmare Mother or Ground Scaravage.
The Maginian's also immune to it, and that really sucks.
Yeah, because Maginian is one of the bosses that has most RNG involved to it.
Yeah.
So that was the Nightmare Zero fight. Oops, that shouldn't happen. But meanwhile, let's explain about the Ensuisan invulnerability glitch. So the Ensuisan, the power you get from Rainy Tortoloid, if your Ensuisan gets cancelled in any frame of its animation, you retain the invulnerability until you do another one, until you perform another full Ensuisan animation.
Also be taken away by losing control, such as walking through a door or a cutscene starting.
Yeah. However,
Scarevich's attack and Sensuizan can also cancel it.
Yeah. So about what to do after the Zero Nightmare. So after Zero Nightmare, you want to go to Sheldon stage and defeat him because you gain the guard shell to the guard shell glitch, and after that you want to go to Minginium to get his Geo attack to help on the Turtleite stage with Zero.
Maginian's weapon for Zero is really broken for hitting everything on the screen.
Yeah, the ray arrow, I think it's called.
X's. Zero's is called Rakoha, I think.
Rakoha. Oh yeah, ray arrow is for X's. So this is Maginian stage. You have to face a big robot called Illumina, and you do so by founding the cables and attacking the core. We're going to use the guard shell, glitch, which managed us to just simply shred the mini boss. Also, we're
don't have any invincibility. Enemies don't have any invincibility at all, and if you do jump slashes, the guard shell glitch will carry over to those two.
Yeah. So another thing about the stage is that I'm rescuing Reploids and and collecting souls, because like we said before, the more souls you collect, the higher the rank you'll be and the more parts you will equip. If I'm not mistaken, if you are at GA rank, you can equip 2 parts and 1 unique part. If you have 5,000 souls, you can equip 3 parts, and if you have 9999, you can equip 4 parts.
The cool thing about the part system is it's unintended, but if you equip the part and unequip it on the same frame, you can equip 2 parts on that same slot and you can have an extra part there.
Only if you are rank A, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, you have to be able to equip at least 1 part to do it.
1 part slot. So after destroying Illumina, I'm just rescuing more replays and collecting more souls. So about the Maginian fight. he
So Maginian likes to just float around and shoot bubbles everywhere. What you want him to do is you want him to stay low, because Maginian, every time you hit him with a Saber Slash, he goes flying backwards and gets massive invincibility. So what you want to do is you want to Z-Buster him, because Z-Buster is really weird where it can do like any amount of damage, and for some reason he doesn't go flying back to that. You can hit him multiple times before he will.
if I'm not mistaken, you can C-Buster him at point blank 3 times before he flinches.
Sometimes if you hit him with something else, he'll go back in 2, but that doesn't happen that often.
Yeah, not with the strat that we have. So C-Buster is a little bit of a strange weapon. The closer you're to the target, the more damage it'll do.
I believe the closer you are to something, the more times it will hit, and that's why it does so much damage.
Yeah. So on extreme difficulty, I use Guard Shell to defend against the spread attack, the woohoo one.
Ooh!
It's like woohoo! It's something. It's a very annoying attack because it covers so much and it does so much damage, and you flinch from all that.
Zero likes to take a lot of knockback in this game if he gets hit by something. Almost every enemy sends him into a knockback state where you can't control him, and he loses dash speed.
Yeah. But except if you're equipping a part that we'll get later, that it's called Shock Buffer, that not only reduces knockback 100%, but also you take half damage.
Shock Buffer is a godsend in some cases.
Yeah, it's very useful. It's very useful, especially for Zero.
Yeah, Zero likes to take a lot of knockback.
So speaking of knockback things, if you get damage while you are dashing, if you get damage while you are dashing on X4, you can re-dash while you are on iframes. In X5 and X6, that doesn't happen. You lose your dash.
Yeah. And it can be really troublesome for platforming, because if you get hit in the air, you're screwed, and if there's a pit below you,
you're down. Yeah, that's another thing about Mega Man X runs. If you die, it could be very punishing.
Hopefully in X5 and 6, they are very nice with the checkpoints, where even if you game over, you'll start at the last checkpoint you were at.
Yeah, so
which is really helpful for some bosses.
You technically have infinite lives. So here you can appreciate the item slot glitch. You saw me equipping the Saber Plus and Hyper Dash. I'm going to pause at the game to check them out if that worked. So
you can also tell if the part equip glitch worked, where if the first part that you equipped shows up instead of the second one, that's how you know it also worked.
Oh, I didn't know about that.
That's really weird how it works.
Yeah. So I got Meginion and I got the Geo Attack. Now we can go to Turtlet stage with Zero. We can pretty much rescue all the replies that are missing on the main stage. Here you see how effective is the Geo Attack. It just takes down all the cores and also the main core.
This stage, it also likes to be very laggy on the PlayStation 1. It likes to slow down a lot.
Which version doesn't slow down?
Pretty sure the only version that slows down is the PlayStation version.
Oh. So let's see. Oh yeah, let's talk about the nightmare effects. So
yeah.
So in this stage we went through Meginion stage and now we are at Sheldon stage, which the song was in color red on the stage select. That means that the nightmare phenomena is being triggered. And this nightmare phenomena is about visibility.
This is the worst one in the game. called Lights Out, and you get no visibility pretty much. You get that little crystal of light in the center, and everything else is pretty much blacked out.
Yeah, there are other nightmare effects, like for example, the Jamnark one is dragonflies that can only be destroyed by Jamnark option. The Tortoloid one is...
Lloyd makes rain appear in some stages, I believe, like Jamark.
I see. So Sheldon's one is the ghost of X and Zero, depending on which character you are. It's a soul body that if you touch them, you get extreme damage, but it can be blocked by guard shell. The Wolfang one is Nightmare Ice. So ice can appear on some structures.
Appear a lot in Metal Shark Player's stage.
Yeah. Can you explain the other 4 nightmare phenomena?
The other 4. I believe there are some metal blocks that appear in Heatnix and Sheldon if you enter Metal Shark Player's stage. And in Maginian and Wolfang, if you enter Heatnix's stage before going into them, there are meteors raining down.
Yeah, there's meteors on Heatnix, metal blocks with Metal Shark Player.
Garavich's, I forgot. Oh, he makes like who appear everywhere in other stages, I think.
Lights Out for Maginian and the blocks from Scaravich.
He does blocks too?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like destructible blocks. Like the blocks on Scaravich can be destroyed by ground dash or sent suicide, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
There are a variety of colors of those blocks. The most dangerous one are the red ones because if you destroy them, they explode and you take heavy damage.
Yeah.
So here you can see that I'm using the Jig Attack pretty much for every section, especially in this section. If you Jig Attack on this level, you can take out all the cores of the left and now on the right. So about Tortoloid, there's a glitch that you can do that messes his hitbox. Can you explain it?
So, one part of Turtle's hitbox doesn't have like a part where it gives him iframes. So if you face away from him and you slash and then you turn around, the back part of Zero's saber will get stuck in his hitbox and will hit on every single frame, and he takes insane damage.
There's another strat that is more safe, involving the guard shield, but we are playing on extreme, so just shreds the boss.
Yeah.
So, oh yeah, and another thing, you get, if I'm not mistaken, 250 souls after you defeat a Nightmare Investigator?
Get 200 after every stage. 200.
And the big one, the big blue ones and the little blue ones, how much they give you approximately?
From each nightmare, when they're at the biggest, when the nightmares drop them, they drop 8 souls, and when they're the smallest, I think it's 4. If they reform, and after a certain amount of time, the nightmares will reform from the souls and they won't drop anymore.
If you kill in the second time.
Yeah. And also, if you enter a stage that you killed a nightmare, and then that stage gets a nightmare effect, if you go back into it, you can actually get the souls from them again.
I didn't know that.
It's really weird, because I think it's like, it keeps each stage with nightmare and without nightmare effect as 2 separate stages, and it loads a different thing if it has a nightmare effect.
I see. So now that we explained the intuition glitch, now we can see its effectiveness. You can pretty much go through the stage without any doubt of being dead. Except now.
Yeah, like, cutscenes will take it away, and using the ability again will also take it away.
Yeah, as you could see. So now I have to regain the glitch again, waiting for the iframes, and I'm doing it again.
You can also get Insuizon invincibility by falling off ice in areas like Blizzard Wolfang.
Or Nightmare Ice, yeah.
And just slip off it while you're using it and it cancels it. You can also do that in Gate 1, which is really useful because the hallway leading up to the lava section has so many enemies.
Before the lava section, yeah. You can do that also if there's a destroyable item below you, because then Susan will take it out and then the animation will get interrupted.
Yeah, it's really useful in Metal Shark player stage because you get hit while you're crouching, you actually stand up and you'll get crushed if you're under a crusher.
Yeah, then Susan can give you invulnerability, but you can still get crushed or you can still fall to your death.
Yeah.
That's another thing worth mentioning.
Spikes are still useless with invincibility.
Yeah.
This game loves spikes.
Yes, especially at this stage, there are some blind spikes. I did in Susan on the air and I missed it. But now I'm gonna try again, and there. There's not much to talk about on Man X stage except the full HP part and the sub tank. You need a hyper dash to reach them.
Yeah.
And
you can also get them by doing a real-time Insuizon out of a double jump, but that's really hard.
Wow. I didn't know that there was another method. I thought that you like could get it through another part like Jumper or Speedster, but that's too slow.
Yeah, that's really slow because you get that way late in the game.
On the revisits.
Just going, yeah, area after beating Nightmare 0, but before the 8 Mavericks are dead, you will fight Hymax, which is a huge waste of time. But if you beat the 8 Mavericks and go to a Nightmare area, you'll endlessly fight Dynamo, who is really easy and actually gives you 600 Nightmare Souls every time you fight him.
Yeah.
So you can use that to get more parts.
So about the Jamark fight, there's two patterns involving this boss. He can go hovering like that when you have to finish him off by the third slash, or he can go ground and you can use the guard shell glitch to take him out pretty quickly. That's the good pattern. And I had the bad pattern.
Technically, you can like sort of SDC third slashes because if you barely hit him with the slash, there'll be very little hit lag and he doesn't get as many iframes.
Yeah. So the next stage that we're going, it's Metal Shark Players 1, and here there's the Nightmare Crusher that we were talking about. We can still perform the Suicide invulnerability glitch, but if we get crushed, we'll die.
Yeah.
So I did a safety save there because there are certain reploids that are really hard to get, and if a Nightmare Soldier touches him, it becomes no longer rescuable and you have to reset the whole thing.
Yeah. That can be very annoying because on Extreme there are usually a lot more Nightmares which can grab them. Like in the secret area of Maginian stage, there are so many, and the ones in the bottom are really hard to grab because they like to grab them.
Yeah, that's a run killer because because there's one that it's so near to the reploid that if you
It's almost you have to get there instantly.
Yeah. At the moment, so there's the Insuicide invulnerability glitch, and now I can go through a stage. Oh yeah, and the first crusher, I leave the right armor on the top to get him stuck.
The crusher won't crush the right armor for whatever reason.
That also works on the secret area, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it works in the secret area too. I also just learned this today, but if you use Senzuizon, which is Ground Scaravich's ability in that secret area in Metal Shark Player, it actually scrolls the screen faster.
So yeah, also if you, if I'm not mistaken, using Senzuizon also stops the iframes that you gain from Suisun.
Yeah, it does. I think Metal Shark's player's downstab may also do that, but I'm not sure.
So that was the main stage. There's not much to say other than there's a lot of nightmare soldiers and robots to rescue. On the second section, you can do the Suisun invulnerability glitch as well by standing above a destroyable block, like you will see here, and there.
Section has a mini boss called Nightmare Press, and it can be really annoying because its weak spot is this crusher it'll send down in the middle sometimes. And there's 2 things you have to hit on the left side and 1 you have to hit on the right. And sometimes she just won't bring it down and you can't hit her for a long period of time.
Yeah. Also, your invulnerability from Suisun gets lost when you enter the fight.
Yeah. Where you get crushed by the thing she spends down, and then you can stand in the middle and then Suisun and it kills her really quickly, but it's really hard to do on higher difficulties.
Also, another thing about Nightmare Press is the... oh yeah, this part caused me nightmares when I was playing on Extreme, because if you get hit, you're on the flinch animation, you're standing, and then you can get crushed.
Yeah, that's one thing that X6 dev should have fixed, but this game doesn't have quality.
It's like we said, it's broken. Here, fortunately, Nightmare Press gave me a really good pattern.
Yeah, that was really nice. Came down instantly. Metal Shark player is kind of a cool boss if you let him do things, but he's a really easy boss as you just go and straight kill him.
With the shield guard. Yeah, with the guard shield glitch.
2 patterns you want him to do. You want him to either dive straight into the ground and come at you, or you want him to jump to where you are and then into the ground so you can just easily guard show him. But he has 2 paths to stay in the air. The first one is where he throws an anchor down at you and it's really hard to get in a good position to use guard shell. And the other one is where he jumps into the air and will summon either Blast Hornet, Magna Centipede, or Sting Chameleon to do damage to you.
That's only.
And he'll stay in the air during...
That's only if he gets low health, which, let's be honest, it's not possible because of the guard shell. He takes just pretty much two instances of damage, which leads to insta give.
Yeah.
So the next stage...
Bosses really don't do much in this game. A lot of them like to just stand there most of the time, but they all hit really hard, which is a theme in this game.
Especially on Extreme.
Yeah. I think High Max's Despo does like half your health on Extreme mode is 0.
But it's not going to be a problem
when you have minimum
have
health anyway.
Yeah. So the next stage that we're going to go is Hitnik's stage. We're going with Falcon Armor, because the ability that we get from Metal Shark player, the Metal Anchor, if it's charged, will send Storm Eagles to the screen, and they do heavy damage to the donut mini bosses that will appear several times on the stage.
Yeah. Charged Metal Anchor is very good for this. Charged Metal Anchor also has RNG because the flight paths of the eagles and spawn points of them are random, and sometimes it'll just miss the donut outright. Also,
it can get cancelled because it doesn't give you iframes, like the charged ray arrow.
Yeah. And the X's Giga attack also gives you iframes, so that's also a useful backup.
I believe 6 donuts are on the stage, no?
There are 7. Oh yeah, there are 6.
Oh,
There are 6.
there are 6. So there I take...
You have to fight.
Huh?
Oh, sorry. You go first.
Okay, so I took a death on purpose there because I wanted to stay high health because of the Replicate Rescue and the... as I'm proceeding through this section because the flames do a lot of damage.
There are more flames active on extreme modes, too.
Yeah.
Those metal blocks are part of the nightmare effect that you see on the ground.
From Metal Shark Player 1, yeah. So this is the second donut. If you are very lucky, you could take him out with one charge shot.
You only have to fight 5 donuts to beat the stage, but I believe we take a death on 100% because on the top route, if you take the top route, you don't, you miss 2, people to save. Up first, get the, what are they called? Reploids.
Yeah, so we take...
Up first, then you want to die and go to the bottom and get the other 2.
Yeah. As you can see, I took another death on purpose.
Also, if you take the top path, you can't get the Reploid that's in the vertical shaft because he's too low to be got.
There's the pattern that you want to see.
One shot. This vertical donut is very hard to one-shot, but it's pretty doable.
Yeah, you can use either...
Arrow is also
You can use...
very effective against this one since he's vertical.
Yeah, you can use either the charged metal anchor or charged gray arrow. The latter one being more viable, but the other one does more damage. This is a risky Reploid, and we got him.
That's probably one of the worst ones to get on Extreme because that nightmare is probably put there on purpose.
Yeah, he can basically ruin your run if you don't do a safety save. It could be really punishing, and you have to start all over.
Yeah.
So this is the last one.
The boss coming. Yeah. Last donut. It's always the fun one.
So this
for Blaze Heat Mix for the fight, we use Charged Ray Arrow because every boss in the game takes full 8 damage from Ray Arrow, which is really nice. Because if you hit him with Ray Arrow, he gets almost no invincibility. But if you hit him with his main weakness, he takes almost no damage and gets like 3 seconds of invincibility.
in this case, the weakness of Hitnix is ground dash, if I'm not mistaken.
Ground Dash and Sensui is on.
But the charged ray arrow can take care of him pretty easily, even if he hides on the flames.
That's a problem in the refights where when you're using Zero, if he goes down there, you really can't hit him.
Yeah, we'll talk about the refights later. So the weapon that you get from Hitnex, it's not very useful. We don't use it too much through the run. The
Magma Blade.
The Magma Blade and the...
I think it's called Magma Blade for both Zero and X.
No, I think the Magma Blade was just for X, and Zero's one is... Shine Sun?
It might be. Here, I'll look at it.
So, next stage is Blizzard Wolfang's one. Here, we can perform the invulnerability glitch by going to the slippery floor and performing an suicide on the ground.
Yeah. You want to slide off. Like, you want to have a little momentum and use it while you're sliding, so when he hits the edge, he'll just stop.
Yeah.
Ice physics are really weird in this game, where sometimes you will just go flying forward, and you have no control. And there's also a cool glitch at the door where if you do a ground dash into the door, you actually go flying towards Wolfang when you enter his room.
I believe that trick is
It looks
called.
really fun.
I believe that trick is called the Red Rocket.
Yeah, it is. It's a really fun trick to do. But it's not fun when you do it on the ice platforming section over here, because if you fall into the pit and you don't have a double jump available, you're basically dead because you cannot wall jump on ice for whatever reason.
Maybe it's too slippery or something.
We were able to do it in X1 and 3 and 4.
Yeah, it's weird.
And they said, nope, not anymore.
So here I have to get the boot part of the blade armor, if I'm not mistaken, or shadow armor.
Wolfang has the blade armor.
Oh, I see. That was another risky reploid.
And speaking about armor, in X5 and 6, you actually can't use any of the armor parts you obtain until you have all 4 parts for that set of armor. For
Dr. Light said it was for security reasons.
Yeah. Thankfully, they removed that in X7 and 8.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Tetris here. Tetris moves much faster on extreme mode, so it can save time. But it can also be a little deadly if you get crushed.
Is it like that? I couldn't get the jump, the boost I needed to get out of the Tetris area.
And sometimes they just like to block you while you're trying to jump up.
Yeah.
This part's pretty simple, just a little platforming through little holes in the ice blocks.
In this section, if you
This part.
can you explain this part?
Okay. So like they're just ice blocks falling down. You want to jump through the hole. Thankfully, this is really easy as Zero because he has a double jump, but as X, this is really hard because of no double jump. And you also want to rescue the wolf reploids along the way too, which can make it a little complicated because you can get crushed. And if you're standing on a spot where the ice blocks stop and they form solid there, you instantly die.
But if you get crushed, you only take like 1/3 of your health.
Yeah, it's much better to get crushed than let yourself die.
So this is Blizzard Wolfang. You can cancel his animation and reset it by doing the flame sword, but he can be taken out by the shield guard glitch.
Oh no, we still have Scaravage to talk about, huh?
Yeah, the Scaravage stage. We're going to go there as the Falcon armor, and there are some totems that you have to go through, and then you have to go through certain areas that are determined by RNG. I believe it's 8 areas, isn't it?
Yeah, it's 8. 2 of them are completely useless because they have no Reploids or anything at all. But all the other 6 have savable Reploids and the heart and armor part. And one of them also has the crystal to the nightmare area, which we need to go to because there's a singular Reploid there.
Yeah.
Heart quick charge, which is really useful for X.
I thought that Reploid gave you the overdrive unique part.
Overdrive is in Heatnik stage.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure anyways.
So this is Scaravage stage. You can bypass the glitch by doing the ice shot glitch, where you air dash and fire an ice shot at the same time. You get crushed, and you can pass with the iframes. But if you don't do it correctly or do it too late, if your iframe runs out and you enter the totem, the game will crash.
The game freaks out if you do them out of order.
Yeah.
It can do some really funny, or it can cause some really funny effects too.
Like for example, if you skip one and then go to another one and you defeat that zone, the stage scenario glitch out and you have to face the first totem. It's very weird.
Yeah.
So this is Scaravich.
And Scaravich is a... yeah.
Scaravich can be taken out by Charge Ray Arrow. It's pretty simple.
There's also a glitch you can do on him where if you get him in iframes and you hit him with certain things, he will die instantly or take an extreme amount of damage really fast. That's mostly used in later, or used later. I believe you can also do it with Commander Yamark's weapon if you hit him multiple times with shots that the dragonflies shoot.
Yeah, the weakness animation is so freaking funny on Scaravich. It's like blah, 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 blah,
Like-
blah, 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 blah.
Well, have you ever heard a Metal Shark player get hit with his weakness? He sounds so weird.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
Yeah,
Funny.
yeah, it's it's really funny. So that's gate. We're going to go to the stages after. No, we're going to go to the gate stages after all the revisits. So this is the boring part of the run.
It's mostly just collecting Reploids and armor parts that we didn't get on the first way through. A lot of the times it's in the nightmare area.
Yeah. So now that we have unlocked the gate stages, we have to face Dynamo on the nightmare doors. Can you explain the fight against Dynamo?
But with Dynamo, if you hit him with his weakness and then hit him with anything else after, he will drop you a Nightmare Soul Ball, which is worth 200, and he'll drop 3 of those each fight. And after you do that 3 times, you basically just want to spam his weakness because he takes insane damage from it really quickly. Especially from Zeros and Suizan.
Mm-hmm.
You can also, if you want, like guard shell him too if you don't need any souls.
But in this
'Cause
case,
he likes to stand around too.
we need to reach 5,000 souls to equip 3 parts, because when we get to the gate stages, we're going to need 3 parts, which is Shock Buffer, Hyper Dash, and Master Saber for Nightmare Mother. I believe Master Saber enhances the damage of the special weapons.
Yeah, I believe so. It would.
Yeah, it makes the down.
Or I think it makes the third slash of Zero Saber do more damage.
Also, the down stab does more damage, which is Nightmare Mother's weakness.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, downstab on Nightmare Mother does an insane amount of damage.
With the health that we're going to have, plus the shock buffer, plus all the sub tanks, the bosses on the late game, they are not going to be a problem.
And normally with Nightmare Mother, if you don't have shock buffer, she normally almost every attack she does will make Zero go into his massive knockback state, except if you hit the eye. But since we're gonna have shock buffer, that's not gonna be a problem. You can attack her with the downstab as fast as you want, pretty much.
I believe the meteors and the eye from Nightmare Mother cause less flinch on Zero. And thus,
Oh yeah, that's right, the fireballs. Yeah, that does.
not to be, don't be confused with the fire floor. That one.
Yeah.
That one is a nightmare.
Yeah, that one does make a massive knockback.
So here I changed parts from Saber Plus to Jumper to get the secret area, because there's a massive pit.
You can also get across that pit if you do a jump across with Hyper Dash at max height, and if you Suizan right before you fall to your death, you can barely make it.
Yeah.
It also helps with getting certain Reploids, because some Reploids are really high up, and it makes it annoying to get them. Like there's 2 in Sheldon Stage later that are in a weird spot with spikes. And if you try to wall jump next to the spikes, you'll die.
Yeah. But luckily the iframes, can help rescuing those replics on that area. that was a very risky sip.
Stage is very scary, especially if you like try to do something and you like hesitate or something. It's basically death.
Yeah, that kind of happened twice here actually. That kind of happened.
Stage is always scary.
Yeah.
It's not as bad as Gates Crusher during his stage. That one's a big pain.
Yeah, it's that section is a pain too.
Do you enter Gate 2 as X or 0?
0, like in all stages.
Deal with the Crusher.
Because when you enter as X, you have to deal with a acid rain section, which is pretty cool.
Yeah. There's also a jump in that section that you cannot make without Hyper Dash and Jumper.
There, I didn't notice that it was that section. So let's see about the revisits. It's just collecting items.
Sucks with Metal Shark Player's revisit is that the second half of his stage, or the secret area, is an auto scroller, so it takes a little longer than normal.
Yeah, I believe you can take the right armor there.
There's right armor at the beginning, and it allows you to not be crushed. You can also get Insuizan and invincibility later in that part too, and towards the middle, which can also be really helpful. Because if you're in the right armor and it gets like the screen catches up to you and you get crushed there, you'll die.
Yeah, I believe this is the upcoming section. It's a very tight window to dash.
Yeah. If you leave the nightmares there, there's a really tiny window where you can actually jump straight through them and you won't take a hit.
Yeah. So there's the giant pit that I explained that I used Hyper Dash and Jumper to go through.
Yeah, we never said this earlier when we were using X, but if you use the saber while you are accelerating in a jump, you're locked into the full jump.
Wow. I didn't know that either.
It's really annoying during Nightmare Zero because sometimes I do it a lot. I'll just do a full jump and not hit him.
So this is the auto scroller that we were talking about. There are
not much
to say.
Here.
Yeah. So let's see. There about the run. It's about the run itself. You have seen the mistakes that were in the run. What do I have to correct?
Say probably less deaths and let's see. I think that's really it because there's not much else you can really do to speed up besides like movement.
Mm-hmm.
So what is it? Oh no, that's it.
Yeah.
At the end of this section right here there's a Reploid and there's a nightmare right there, and you actually can't go to the part of the screen where the Reploid is until the screen stops, but the nightmare can, and it's annoying.
Yeah, this is another run killer.
Because if that nightmare grabs him, that's like a 5-minute reset.
Oh, and if you don't do a safety save,
And you're just screwed there. Because you have to revisit the other stages too.
Mm-hmm. Fortunately for the marathon, I will do safety saves as well as other save techniques. Like for example, on X6, I'll make sure that every subtank is charged. That's a safety move.
The thing with subtanks in this game, if you load a save, the subtanks are cleared for some reason.
Like
With X,
empty.
they're empty.
Yes, I believe.
Nothing on extreme will naturally drop health, but you can find health in stages like Turtloid.
Yeah, the health is very limited. You have to fill your subtanks with Terrorblades. That sounded weird.
And getting to the nightmare part of Sheldon stage requires you continuing the gimmick of using the mirrors to reflect lasers around.
Yeah,
and it can get pretty hectic there.
The special section, it's truly a puzzle. Also, I forgot to change. So I forgot to change the part from jumper to shock buffer. As you can see, I'm jumping very high there. I had to use.
The thing with hyperdash and jumper is feels like there's no gravity. It's so like floaty.
Yeah. Those are the explosive boxes that I was talking about.
Yeah.
Like that.
Those are only just purple. Oh wait, no, I was thinking different boxes. Never mind.
Yeah.
Saying there's like another box somewhere where you can only destroy it with a metal anchor.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
So as you can see, without the shock buffer, this is a nightmare pretty much.
And if you touch those big shielded enemies, you actually take insane knockback too.
Luckily, you can beat them with just a charged. I mean Zero Buster. Even if they have the shield up.
Buster likes to ignore things.
Like I said before, I had to use sub-tanks to bypass this section.
End of this section, there's a fake wall that you go through, and there are two Reploids in the armor part of this stage.
To the left?
Yeah, to the left.
We're going to see that once we solve this puzzle.
The lasers are very weird because you have to be like near them for them to activate.
It's very weird.
And the cycles are just weird. A lot of things in this game don't work right. I believe in this nightmare area is where you get the weapon tank.
Yeah.
Which really isn't that useful for Zero since only one of his or two of his weapons use weapon energy. But it's really useful if you use X at all.
Yeah.
In Wolf stage there was the EX tank, which is completely useless in X5 and 6 because there's no such thing as lives.
Are these the are these the high replays that you were talking about?
Those ones, because if you let the nightmare get to those ones, since you can't dash and double jump at the same time, most of the time it'll get it.
Yeah. Using iframes to collect the heart. And onto the secret section.
6 places, like items in very strange places, like what would the intended way to be normally to get that heart? Like without abusing iframes. Like what were they thinking?
Yeah, it's very weird. Same with the weapon tank.
Maybe you'd have shadow armor, but who would actually wait that long to collect one thing?
Yeah, I believe the shadow armor is immune to spike shock.
Yeah, it's pretty much like Guy armor from the X5, except 1,000 times better, because you're not half speed, and your buster shot actually goes across the screen. What makes the XEBRA's X very powerful. You can't use special weapons, which kind of makes it not that good. Because the special weapons in this game are really good. Like Metal Anchor, Ray Arrow is really good. The Your Mark option's really good as a shield. And Guard Shell is okay if you charge it.
Yeah. I wanted to talk about guard shell in a normal way too. The original purpose of the guard shell is to block projectiles and deflect them back instead of doing this weird glitch.
Yeah, Guard Shell is just strange.
Very much.
And boss mechanics are weird too. Like with Dynamo, sometimes he just takes multiple hits, even when he has iframes. Gotta go to Heatniks now, right?
Yeah, Heatniks Revisit. We have to go above. So we have to go above the two-way section, and then onto the secret area.
Yeah, the secret area only really has a sub-tank and I think a Reploid. All it has. But there's also the armor part up there too, which is nice.
So in difference. So the difference between X5 and X6 about the uses of the armor is that in X6 you don't use shadow armor or blade armor at all, while on X5 you have to get the Falcon armor and Gaia armor to access certain areas.
Yeah, and you can't obtain certain hearts as 0 either in X5. Like the one in Izzy Glow is unobtainable 0. And in Squid Adler.
Yeah. I believe you have to go with the Gaia armor to get them.
Yeah, because in Squid Adler there's blocks you can only destroy as Gaia armor, and in Izzy Glow stage there's nothing to damage boost off of for 0.
Yeah.
Spike. We're just fighting the donuts again, and Zero's Rakoha is really good for these since it's the same thing as Ray Arrow except it covers the whole screen.
Pretty much.
X5 or X6 loves screen nukes for weapons. Like, Metal Anchor and Rakoha are super good. Nexus Giga Attack as a Falcon armor is also really nice, although it's sometimes inaccurate.
Yeah, because the charge shots that come from the Giga Attack are random, if I'm not mistaken.
Pretty sure they are, but I've never noticed if they're 100% or not, because I can't really see that half the time. I believe that is a shadow armor part that we just got.
Yeah. So here I will use crush damage to get through that section.
There we go.
There's no donuts in the secret area. It's just vertical platforming for a second and then just fighting Dynamo again.
Yeah.
The only thing here to grab is a sub-tank, I'm pretty sure. Oh, and a Reploid.
Yeah. I believe you don't run this category.
No, I don't. I run all stages for the most part. I'm gonna learn 100% at some point since I'm gonna run everything, but I'm sticking with all stages at the moment.
I see. It's a bit long, a bit boring, but
What the wind
it
carries.
Scaravage sucks.
yeah. About the Scaravage revisits. for some reason we call them RNG revisits on the splits.
It's because every single room's random, and certain rooms have certain things we need, and sometimes they just won't appear.
Yeah, we basically need to pray to get the certain items that we need on all the 8 rooms. We completely bypass the rooms with the Falcon armor, but this time we're going to clear them as 0 and then as Falcon again.
You can only get certain sets of rooms from certain totems, like you can't get later rooms from the first 2 totems, and you can't get early rooms from the final totems. So you want areas already cleared, you want to come in as Falcon armor and just skip those totems and move on to the other ones.
Yeah. But before that we have to Imagine Revisit and the dangerous Replate rescuing squad.
This is probably one of the worst stages to revisit due to Reploids being corrupted.
Yeah.
Item, the heart, and armor tank are literally in the exact same spot because there's really nowhere to put them in a straight line. This stage probably has the most nightmares out of any stage in the game. I'm pretty sure.
And also the shortest path to any secret stage.
I disabled the camera.
It's by this. In any percent, you go to this stage twice to fight IMAX Nightmare Zero.
The game, believe it or not.
I do a different kind of routing on any percent. I go to Nightmare Zero to get the Hyper Dash.
Yeah?
Yeah, on Turtlet stage. Turtlet stage.
Pretty smart. I should try that.
Turtlet stage and then Miginium with Falcon armor.
Ignore the camera is on.
Yeah. Because Hymax is quite the annoying fight in the first part, like if you fight him in the nightmare areas, because you have to hit him as X with a charge shot, and then a special weapon before you can damage him. And I actually don't remember how you damage him in the nightmare area as 0. I think you also need a special weapon, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think all these special weapons can stun and damage Hymax.
But as 0 in the second fight though, in Gate 2, you can just hit him straight up with a saber.
It's a bit weird. So this is the replays that we were talking about, right there. Fortunately we have 2 of them. Two for 1.
Because if you die while during your dying animation, those nightmares, even though you're dead and the game should stop, they can still grab them and kill them.
And when you respawn, the replay's no longer there.
What sucks is, even if their animation of taking them over doesn't finish, the frame they touch them, they are corrupted and they're gone.
Yeah. I'm really struggling to get that last one.
Meteors really don't help in this either, because they can stop your dash momentum in the middle of the air and prevent you from getting it.
Yeah. Like death. There I finally get it.
Doing this area and attacking can also be really dangerous because you have to hold up to grab those ropes, but if you are holding up while you press attack, you use a Ground Scarabage's weapon sent Zuizan, which makes you lose control of 0 and he dives straight into the ground, which in this case is a death.
Yeah.
It's also very strange that they have an attack that goes into the ground that uses down, but that's probably because there are 2 other attacks that use down already, because to use Zuizan you have to press down in the special attack button, and to use Metal Shark Player's weapon, you have to press down in the normal attack button.
Pretty much. So that was the Machine Revisit. Upcoming is the Scaravage Revisits and the RNG that we were talking about.
Yes.
I don't think you can get every single room on one visit. I think at least two revisits are required because some rooms have Reploids and you can only get 4 rooms per attempt.
Let's see.
I'll propose you something.
16 Reploids remaining?
Name, do you have a
We have
Discord?
112.
Yeah.
So the first revisit we're going to do it with 0.
You have a Discord,
Yeah.
sorry.
Let's see.
There,
It sucks that this stage makes a nightmare area required because they've put that one Reploid at the end of it. Otherwise, we wouldn't have to worry about that room.
yeah.
Nice.
So, about the rooms that are inside, that are rock spawning and nightmares everywhere.
Oh yeah, this is the stage that has the most nightmares. They just crammed them in and said, who cares about it? It's like, look at how many there are. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, pretty much.
The Z-Buster is very effective against the totems. It's just instant kill.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to be my
I press select to take a note about which rooms are taken and which ones are not. Then I use the Ensui's invulnerability glitch to get through.
You just have to contact me tomorrow through Discord.
Stage is very generous with the Ensui's invincibility because movement would be really tough without it because of just the sheer amount of nightmares and the projectiles that they would shoot.
I believe in Extreme they shoot more projectiles and faster.
Yeah, they would.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're more aggressive towards the Reploids too.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't have a mic? Well, shit.
Fortunately, the RNG is being a bit merciful and they were destroyable blocks to perform the Ensui's glitch.
You got the heart already, and you got 1 room of Reploids, so there's only 3 more rooms you need, I think, right?
Maybe.
Sorry, man.
Because you need the armor piece still, and I think you need the crystal room to go to the nightmare area, and I think there's 1 more room with Reploids too.
Ouch.
Mm-hmm. That's the only good news. After this revisit, we're going to the gate stages.
The gate stages are, in my opinion, most of the fun comes from because of how fun the platforming is most of the time anyways.
Yeah. Maybe the exception is the gate crusher section?
Well,
Yeah, definitely that. The gate crusher section is horrible. During that crusher, there are little birds that fly by you and they do the same thing that they would do in Metal Shark Player Stage, where if you're crouching and they hit you, you get crushed.
Yeah.
And that crusher specifically is very unforgiving with its cycles.
I see.
So we got the 2 Reploids and now we're going to the secret room. Where there's 1 Reploid and we have to fight Dynamo once more.
I'm not that confident on my English skills to do that.
And then I think just the armor part is left
Yeah.
in here.
Yeah, the armor part. Did I take the heart?
You got the heart already.
Yeah. So it's the armor part and then more Reploids and then the gate stages.
Well, that's another reason.
Thankfully the gate stages don't have any collectibles, otherwise it'd take me even longer.
Mm-hmm.
Surprised they didn't make Ultimate Armor X and Black Zero secrets like they did in X5 too.
Gotcha, bro.
Dangerous Reploid to go for because of the close nightmare.
Yeah, that's another one.
Because they put those nightmares so close to Reploids that are so far out of the way, that's a big waste of time if they do get caught.
Mm-hmm. You have to do the RNG thingy on this stage all over again.
Yeah, and that's probably where the biggest time loss comes from in 100% is just Scaravage stage not being nice and just giving you rooms you already taken.
Yeah. So there's Dynamo, but the revisits are not over yet. I believe after this, I got the 3 slot. If I'm not mistaken, I have 5,000 souls.
At 5,000 souls is where you get the third slot.
Mm-hmm. So about the gate stages. The first one, it's pretty much platforming. You can perform the Suicide glitch. There's also
Like a fire auto scroller section at the end.
Yeah, there are 3 sections with fire.
First one is kind of a trap because the first time you play, you wouldn't know that there's fire there, and it just rises up and then kills you if you aren't paying attention.
Yeah.
Thankfully, you can just dash jump across the room and ignore it.
On the first one.
Yeah, on the first one. The other 2, you have to just sit there and wait for it to go up and down.
I quickly get out of the stage there because because number 1, that's the same room I visited before, and number 2, I'm playing with Zero. I have to play with Falcon to bypass those rooms.
Yeah.
Gotta go with Vulcan armor.
And about the boss, Nightmare Mother. What's the difference between Nightmare Mother on the categories as well as the difficulty?
What are the differences?
Yeah.
So on extreme mode, she instantly starts out moving super fast at max speed like she had half health already, and she also will shoot out little ball projectiles.
God damn it.
And on extreme, he is more aggressive with her attacks as well. She does more damage. On normal, she does the normal patterns and stuff, and on easy, she will take extreme damage from the Metal Shark player down stab, and she also moves very slowly.
Good, there's a new room.
Yeah.
The basic thing you're attempting to do on Nightmare Mother for her fight is you want to use a down stab and then get hit and then do another down stab and then double jump out of that down stab, get hit, and just repeat that over and over until she dies. Many things as their pattern. The best one she can do is at least having 1 down so you can use the down stab on her.
Oh yeah.
Your terrible things like having them both down or both up, which are the worst ones you can get down, because you really can't do anything to them there.
Mm-hmm. As you could see, I get out of the stage because the layout was glitching, and I respawned on the wrong section because I did second totem and I have to fight the first one.
Yeah.
So from here on, we're just going to do revisits with Falcon armor, taking everything that we have in new rooms.
Yeah,
and
this should just be a couple Reploids and the armor part.
Not the room I waited.
When I'm in a room that I already visited, I just commit suicide, and on the next life, I bypass it with ice and iframes. It's pretty much the best choice. Also, another thing to note, if you have the hyperdash equipped with X, doing this iframe ice thing is a lot more harder.
If you have hyperdash equipped, you actually have to be a little lower to the ground and closer to where the ice is gonna end up.
Another room that I was wanting.
Otherwise, X will just dash ahead of it and will just not get hit. The thing with X's air dash is if you air dash with the actual dash button, it goes a little farther than if you did the double tap dash.
Wow. I think this is the heart room.
Yeah, this is the heart room. Maybe you didn't get the heart because there's still some Reploids.
Yeah. Is this the final room that we need?
You're still missing the armor, I believe. Look at all those nightmare projectiles.
Yeah, there's the heart. And now I need to commit suicide. Or else I'm going to glitch the stage.
Thankfully, just dying puts you back at the checkpoint instead of screwing things up.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a bad one, I think.
Yeah. Speedstar.
It's the armor part. Always fun when it's just one thing left and it just won't give it to you.
125. 3 remaining.
Oh, so there is still one more room, huh? They're probably in the armor room then.
Okay, so that's the third slot. I equipped Master Saber to deal with Nightmare Mother. I believe there's only 2 rooms remaining.
Yeah, it should be 2. Because there's one room in the early totems that I think has a couple Reploids. And then there's, I'm pretty sure, no, there's at least one in the armor room.
New room.
This is one of the new ones because
Yeah, this should be it. This is the one I'm thinking of.
the exclam
It looks like the desert in the background.
yeah, the background, and there was the exclamation part.
Ah,
Yeah. That's probably the easiest way to know if you've taken it or not, is that Aelia wants to call you.
Yeah.
Hopefully Aelia isn't as annoying in this game as she is in X5, because you can just straight up ignore her.
Yeah, you can access the navigation with the select button, if I'm not mistaken.
Select. Because Select really doesn't do anything in this game other than that.
not a new room.
And I believe this is also a room with a Reploid in it.
No.
No?
No, the only thing missing is the armor room.
Okay.
I thought Elia was most annoying on X7 than on X5.
You could ignore her calls in X7 too.
Yeah.
I've only played X7 once. I don't ever want to play it again.
I did clear X1 because I did clear X7 because of the lore.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Here's the armor piece, so that should be it.
Yeah, after this there's the gate stages. Use crush damage.
Stages also has best music.
Yeah, I believe it's a remix of the Counter Hunter Stage 2.
You like sped it up a little bit and use X6's instruments, and it just sounds really, really cool.
I think it's time to get out of here.
Okay, so I got the 2 replies and the armor piece, and then I get out. With armor complete. Here I'm checking out, I have everything.
Let's
I think I do have everything.
alt.
That looks like it.
All hearts.
Mhm.
All armor.
16 hearts and 8 weapon things. That should be the max.
All parts. Is it all parts, all tanks,
rescue
And we're
Reploid.
done.
all
We are
armors?
done. We can go now.
Yeah, I split there.
And getting in X6 is so much better than X5 because there are so many less revisits, and getting all 8 parts isn't annoying.
Mhm.
Or getting all parts in X6 isn't as annoying as 5.
I thought X5 was
remember
shorter
Nightmare
than
Mother?
X6.
Really?
Now it's
Maybe it's just because I
100%.
play X6 way more,
Look
but
at my
X5
health
took me
bar.
like 3 hours 100%, and this game took me an hour and a half.
That I can
Wow,
She's up for a bad time.
it is weird.
X5 also has the Duff McWhalen revisits, which take up like 5 minutes.
Each. Mhm.
Aren't there like 3 unless you do the skip with Spiral Pegasus or the Skyver's weapon?
The skip with
Not to mention I have
what?
If you use the Skyver's weapon, you can get the heart tank without requiring Gaia armor.
Oh no, to get the heart is on McQueen stage, I use Falcon armor.
Yup.
I mean, in Duff McWhalen's stage,
Yes.
you can get the heart with Skyver's weapon.
I didn't know.
This is the heart.
I didn't know that until now.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah, it's quite a time save. And it's really nice because you only have to do it twice. And yeah, this is the fire section leading up to Nightmare Mother. You can actually get invincibility here, but it's really hard. I mean, it doesn't really help at all. There are more enemies here since it's extreme mode.
Yeah. So this is the Nightmare Mother fight. It's a lot more easier because of the parts and because of the health bar and because of the tanks that we have get along the way.
Nightmare Mother gives you a really good pattern. You can kill her in 2 cycles, but she used to give you good RNG, which usually doesn't happen all the time.
Pretty much.
And dodge on extreme mode is very fast very hard because the first move she makes, you have to have a really fast reaction because it's instant.
So there's the master.
Thankfully, since we have shock buffer, we don't take this extreme knockback from everything.
Yeah. You can dodge that with
If
it.
we get low in health, we can use a life recover, which is basically a free sub tank every stage.
You can only use it once.
Yeah.
Bad pattern.
This is a bad pattern where Nightmare Mother goes up, and you really can't do much about it.
Yes.
Yeah.
On normal mode or easy mode, once you get her below half health, she'll start moving fast too.
Pretty much.
If you do this fight as X, you can actually kill her in only a couple of charged metal anchors, which is really nice if you don't want to play a 0.
Oh yeah.
This is a good pattern because if she shoots fire down on the ground, she stays out for a much longer time than any other attack. That was a good fight.
Fuck you, Nightmare
Yeah.
Mother. Fuck you.
Next up we have Hymax and Gate, and these stages are combined for some reason instead of them being separate. So after we beat Hymax, we go straight to the next stage.
Yeah, worth mentioning, if you use the free sub tank, the full charge, if you use it on Hymax, you cannot use it on gate stages. On the gate stage, I mean.
GG, easy.
Number 3.
Yeah. I try to save it as much as possible because you lose more health from Gate over time because of his RNG bullcrap instead of Hymax, where it's pretty reasonable to dodge his Despo the whole time.
With Hyperdash.
With Hyperdash it's easy, but without Hyperdash, Hymax is really difficult because of how fast he shoots them and how frequently he does.
So this is a trick called the totem skip. You pretty much despawn the top totem by just ground dashing.
If you don't jump and don't go too far to the right, that totem up there won't spawn. And I don't remember what the cause is, but you can also despawn the totem above it on the second floor, but that's not useful at all.
Yeah, because you have to use it as a platform. Like this.
Doing that lines up these platforms perfectly to just make the jump, because otherwise they are way out of the way and it sucks if you get them out of cycle, because you either have to wait for a long time or try to get crushed and just run through while you have invincibility.
Yeah. So this is the Hymax fight. You have to equip guard shell.
And
So you have to equip Guard Shell and take out his shields. And after that, he's going to start fighting for real, throwing his death bows.
Yeah.
I believe you have to destroy the shield like 5 or 4 times on extreme.
I believe it's 5.
Let's see, 4, 5. Yeah, it was 5 times. And now he'll do the desperate attack.
And if you actually load a save while after and then come to this fight, you only actually have to destroy 2 for some reason.
Release the Despo. Chat, release the Despo.
This fight is pretty easy, but if you get hit or you hit one of the balls, it becomes very, very dangerous. Because if you hit the ball, it splits into 4 little balls, and they do the same amount of damage as the big ones.
Yeah. In fact,
Because of how you...
that problem occurs on any percent, because on the final phase, when he does his desperate attack, he splits his ball on purpose.
He does?
Yes.
There we go.
Never seen him do it. Because I don't play 100%.
So this is the gate stage number 3. It has the crusher that we mentioned. It's really slow. But first there's the spray section full of enemies, and then there's the crusher.
Yeah, me too, man.
And another thing with the high max fight, it's also really awkward to do it like cleanly, because while you're trying to hit him, you're moving around with the D-pad a lot. And if you press down or up while attacking, you'll either do Metal Shark Player's down stab, which removes your dash speed and makes anchors come out of the ground. And if you use attack while pressing up or jump while pressing up, you'll either use Pyroga, which is Blizzard Wolfang's weapon, which is annoying as heck. And if you're attacking while you're holding up, you use Sensuizan, which is basically the same thing as Metal Shark Player's weapon.
Yeah, that's another thing. Blizzard Wolfang's weapon, it's not almost used at all in the game.
It's actually a very annoying weapon. I dislike it so much.
Then I died because I fell into the pit. How much time do you lose dying on the crusher section?
Depends on where you die. I think if you die at the very end, it's like 1.5 minutes lost.
Wow.
Yeah. Also, for some reason, like RTA to in-game time for this game is really strange. Like, you could have a faster, like, RTA, like you could be a second ahead, but you can, like, lose 2 in-game seconds, or you can be the other way around. It's really weird. Deaths, like, screw up IGT.
I think the PAL version is the one that has the in-game timer broken.
Yeah, it's PAL. The PlayStation 1 PAL version is really weird. If you're playing on the X Legacy collection, it's happened to me a couple times. There's this glitch where the in-game time like automatically sets itself to 2042, like exactly for some reason.
I didn't know that.
Been a couple.
There's another important detail about the gate fight. You can do the Ensuizan invulnerability glitch if he throws you a blue ball, which sucks you towards it. And you can use that to perform the invulnerability glitch. And basically that will be a free fight because Gate stops flying around.
Yeah. But this fight is the worst fight in the game because he can do whatever he wants for as long as he wants.
Yeah.
Because you can nothing in the game will damage him at all. You have to wait for him to throw out these balls, and then you have to destroy them, and they send other balls flying back at him, and that finally damage him.
Yeah, Gate is invulnerable to all attacks except that.
And yeah, he just likes to float around the room and do nothing until he throws one out.
Yes!
I screwed this up. That was very close.
Depending on what color ball he throws out, it has a different effect, and probably the worst one he can throw out is the red one because it makes the game lag and it eats all your inputs, pretty much.
I didn't do it. Fuck.
Yeah, the red one lags the game. Oh, there.
I did it.
There we go.
I did it.
And from here you can basically just stand still, and every time Gate throws out a ball, you want to use Magma Blade, because if you use a normal attack, it will actually destroy the balls that come out of the thing instead.
With one exception. If you do square square and then face another direction, like for example you're looking at the left and then you press the right button, like
Yeah, he turns around and the saber moves backwards.
yes, and you can do that too to break the balls and damage him.
Once Gate gets to half health, you can see he's doing it where he does his slash attack that destroys the platforms, but that's not really an issue if you have invincibility.
Go to bed.
In here, he can just do that for as long as he wants and not throw a ball.
Yeah, Gate. It's pretty much made of RNG, out of RNG.
This fight wouldn't really be that big of a problem, but you can probably see it. But that is a bottomless pit right there, and if you fall in it, you die.
Yeah.
And if you die, it's a huge waste of time.
Maybe is it?
One good thing about the music, or the game, this fight, is that the music's really good.
Yeah. That's
Just the theme with all X6 is the music is all really good
so. There's Gate.
for the final stage.
Yeah. The final boss rush. It's not too hard with all the parts and all the health that I got. The only hard part is Virginia.
Yeah. You just basically do Maginian first, or whoever will do the most damage to you, and then once they're done, you just go upwards.
That was something.
And that's pretty much it. Almost all the bosses are the exact same as the first time they were fought, except Scaravich and Heatnix, because you fought them as X.
Yeah. On Scaravich you have to do Buster. And on Hitnix you have to use Sent Suicune.
So, and every boss in the boss rush is automatically set to level 4, even if you aren't Ultimate Hunter rank.
So yeah, Virginia first.
They're set at level 4, they get like double health or something, I think. Or they get more health anyway.
Oh.
I think in the refight, Maginian could take one more shot before he does finally go flying backwards.
I didn't know that.
So he takes 4 instead of 3.
Yeah, 4.
4.
And the clone takes 4 Buster shots.
Come on.
If he's in the air, you can also like use Suizon, because that won't send him flying backwards until you hit him a certain amount of times.
Wow.
Maginian is just big RNG fest too.
Yeah.
No waifu died so far. Sure seems fine.
So oh yeah, another change is Sheldon's fight. You have to use the guard shield back at him.
Zero, your waifu?
Yeah. Most of these bosses will die in like 2 guard shell slashes, because it just takes half their health in one hit.
Pretty much.
To do a decent amount of damage with the guard shell, it actually has to be pretty far into their hitbox. Like certain bosses, you have to get really, really close to them. Like Commander Yamark, it doesn't do much damage if it's not like super in him. Lloyd's the exact same as he was in his stage. Big ol' pushover.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This part about when he dies is he goes, "Ooh!"
Yeah, I like this dude. Here I'm setting up
And
again.
with yeah. Or you won't take the big knockback from touching his shell, so you can just go straight on through and kill him.
Yeah. Shock buffer help. It really helps on this category.
Yeah. I explained it already, but there's a glitch with a Scaravitch where you can do massive damage to him or instantly kill him if you Z-buster him or do something at point blank while he's invincible.
I didn't know about that until now.
I don't like doing something with guard, or it's not like using something. It's like kind of like guard shell, but you have to like get him invincible, and then you want to like point blank him with a Z-buster. And if you use the overdrive part with that, it's really easy.
So yeah, the other 4 fights are pretty much exactly the same, except for Jamnork that gave me the good pattern.
Yeah.
I believe this is how many times no. How much time you spent on the boss rush?
I think my boss rush is like 6 minutes. Here, I can check.
Ah!
6 minutes and 44 seconds long.
Yeah.
90% of that is the warnings.
Oh.
Each warning takes 10 seconds, and then the explosions are like 8 seconds.
So this is another thing that I didn't mention, but that was Phoenix desperate attack. He just goes off screen and then he dashes towards you.
His trainer told him to use Brave Bird. It's pretty much like the only fight that's really different from the original ones, because since you can't dive in with him into the lava, because the lava will take like half your health in one hit.
Not with the shock buffer.
Yeah, that's right. Shock Buffer. Shock Buffer is just too good. Flank's pretty much the exact same. You just want him to stand still and shoot the little ice balls. And if he gives you something bad, you just hit him with a flame sword.
Yeah, there's that's another thing that we didn't mention. If he goes to the ceiling, that's the worst pattern that he can give you.
And you can't cancel it either, since you can only use Magma Blade on the ground.
Yeah, on this you pretty much have to air slash him.
Yeah, like if you have to hit something in the air, you want to try to like get the saber out of it as quick as possible, so there isn't as much hit lag. Hit lag can be really bad in this game. If you get the third slash stuck in something, it will stay in there forever.
So there he gave me a good pattern.
Broken guard shells, it took out like a half of his health there in one hit.
Yeah. Guard shell's broken, pretty much.
Refights are over and it's time for Zombie and Hell Sigma.
So let's talk about the Sigma fights. How about the first phase?
Saving times.
Basically, the first Sigma fight, you just stand there and Z-buster him and hope he doesn't go flying backwards, but you can also guard shell him, but that's a little more risky. And then in the second fight, he'll spawn this green platform you can stand on, and you basically just do Zuizan invincibility on that, and the fight is free at that point.
Along with guard shell.
And if you use guard shell and jump slash and hit him in the mouth when it's open, it just does insane damage.
Yeah.
And even without guard shell, Zero does massive damage to him. Like, Zero compared to X in the Vinyl Sigma fight is ridiculous how little damage X does.
Yeah, but you can do charge ground dash to take care of him.
What does charge ground dash even do? I don't think I've ever seen that before.
It fires a giant rock.
Really?
Yes. So here he gave me a bad pattern.
Actually did something.
Otherwise,
Normally he doesn't do anything or very little things. The best thing he can do is just walk towards you.
yeah, that's the best pattern he can give you. So
Then for Hell Sigma, he can keep his mouth closed for as long as he wants, usually.
And now, Terminator.
So here, just equip guard shell, and Suicide invincibility glitch, and we're done. We're done with X6.
He opened his mouth pretty quick there. Oh, and he gave the good pattern too.
Yeah. Time.
Nicely done.
Final time: 4 hours, 12 minutes, 56 seconds. That was a decent run.
Anyways, let's wait to the credits to see the in-game time.
So yeah, that was the Man X6 commentary. Hope this run gets validated. I really want to participate on the STO. And yeah, thanks for watching. Say goodbye, Ninja.
Everyone.